Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations. This is the start of week 2 here in the Autumn Split. My name is Trajan. I'll be your desk host for the first couple of games. Back on the desk with me is Pivotless. I'm joined by Temporal. Now, we've finished up our week 1. We've got an idea of roughly what's going on here. And before we get stuck into our matches for the day, I just want to throw a couple of questions at you both and just see, get a temperature check from you both. I do have the answers for a couple of them, and some of them are just opinion based, but just to get a bit of a read there. So first, just very quickly, and a simple answer as possible, and then we'll dig into them after. Pivotless, best team in the league?
It's ready for me, and I think it's relatively close, but it is ready right now.
Yeah, that's a ready. Temporal, are you in agreement?
I hadn't thought about this. You've got me completely off guard. I think Ruddy are
Exactly.
definitely in the conversation. I think Verdant are also doing the things that I think would push them through playoffs. Which, you know, if best is going to be winningest and most exciting, maybe them.
Yeah.
I think Ruddy's a pretty safe answer. I'm going to stick with Ruddy.
Verdant and Ruddy are both safe bets, I think, for sure. Just generally speaking, in the UK esports landscape for League at this point right now. Most picked champion. This is just a guess from both of you. I do have the answer. I went and looked at every single of the entire 8-game catalog of this split. Pivotless, most picked champ?
I would hazard a guess maybe at Kaiser. She's cropped up quite a lot.
Temporal? I thought you were just going to go for the Rage Ezreal call, by the way. Rel? So, certainly, if you're watching comp play for the last 18 months, Rel would absolutely, surely.
It's on my pick'ems for Worlds.
Yeah, of course. The answer is it's a tie. One of them is Kai'Sa, and the other is Leona. So we have seen, and yeah, and paired twice with the Lucian as well, which we just seen the Lucian Leona making a comeback in the UK scene that we have not seen for a hot minute elsewhere. I do like that we're getting Lucian without Nami. I think if we unlocked him from Nami jail, finally, that would be good. Now, similar question. Number of unique picks so far in week 1. The answer may surprise you.
In 8 games, yeah. So we've had some interesting stuff, right? See Quinn Hecarim.
Useful context could be that Kai'Sa and Leona were the most picked joint. They were both picked 4 times.
Oh. Okay.
But we have had some UK spice.
Let's
on the draft.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot for say 34.
34. Temporal. Not even a round number as well. Bold.
No.
50. The answer is 52.
Yeah.
So very closely run by Temporal. yeah, you just see the Ezreals and the Kaisers are just there's no other champs in this league, man.
Not again.
There's 10 champs that are played, and then Hecarim and Quinn. That's it. And my, the last question that because I just wanted to bring it up again. I don't really need a serious answer here. Is what's the hottest power pick in the league? Do you think right now? Pivotless, I think you should definitely have the right answer for this because we were on that. We were desking the game last week where the hottest power pick, in my opinion, came out. Of course, you've already mentioned the Quinn mid, so if
I mean, it could potentially be for Heimerdinger, to be honest. But
yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
glorious. Hottest is in so far, or you want to see more?
So far, just so far. We'll keep it in the realms of reality at this stage, rather than the quantum realm of Heimerdinger.
I've enjoyed the Hecarim jungle. I think power and greedy jungles, if I can sort of expand that out, is probably the choice. And Hecarim has been that for us so far. It'll be Jarvan in the future because of 2 items. Good lord, he shreds now.
I think if we're saying in the realms of reality, it might be Camille for me. I think this champion is a very high priority for the top laners in the league, especially a lot of them like to play those carries as well. So yeah, big on Camille.
Yeah, absolutely. The Akers Camille certainly shining a light on that top side. We still got Refresh kicking about, right? We still got Refresh kicking about somewhere. So, there's Camille's to be had, but I do like the call up for the Hecarim jungle. The 21 bomb from Rigged certainly left a mark on all of us, I think, last week. We'll see how many times he gets that pick again. Notably, the Sin Fiora absent from options, unfortunately. The UKL Fiora Just doesn't hit like it used to, man. Temporal knows.
It's sad. It's we've come down a way, and
Yeah.
I think shout out to Open Quals, which are going on tonight. I think
True.
we'll find Lars Fiora once again going on
Are
down
we
there. I
actually?
believe they are playing on a team.
Oh my word.
We'll have to report if there is a Lars Fiora pick. The desk will let you know.
Yeah, I really want to know actually if anyone has learned anything in these years that we've been playing League of Legends.
Fear the split push.
They must learn to fear, if nothing else. We do have the draft coming up very quickly, and by quickly I mean right now. And it's Venomcrest versus Nuclear Vikings here. So while we're quickly running through the bans, as the bans do seem to be fairly targeted right now, Thresh ban's coming through, the Ivern away from Fruity Carrots, presumably, and a Jarvan ban. Moral has expected the Sylas too. Pivotless, while these bans are coming through, would you like to tee us up a little bit just on Venomcrest, just on the D4 Gamers turn Venomcrest roster? We've seen them. Just give us a little bit of a potted summary as the bans are coming in.
Absolutely. So they've only played for one game so far, but it was against Ruddy. You consider them a league leader. And they had some really fantastic fights in the early game. They just couldn't convert them into the objectives afterwards. And with Akazon and Olaf in a fantastic matchup against Bjorn, he just got too much in terms of tower plates early, started running side lanes very early on, and then just took over the game from there. And a game that potentially was in Venomcrest's hands just started slipping away. But yeah, I think this is a really good chance for them to pull it back, just get some momentum back. And this is a game that's very winnable for them.
Strong contenders in the second division. They were famed for the never give up, never lose, never surrender. Oh, and at 50 minutes, we've lost 5 fights in a row, but we've won 1. So we'll be taking a Nexus now. Not surprised to see late game powerhouses taken away in Fruity Carrots' Ivern and other teamfight controlling junglers and supports.
We have another Shen as well. Now, is Shen becoming real? Is this actually a real pick now?
Because it seems to be popping up solo queued it, and it's
often.
Just the same.
So I'll make the point early that like Shen Jinx like this is actually really quite phenomenal, right? You're just giving your Jinx so much protection, so much peel. And Shen right now is pretty blindable. He doesn't have a lot of bad matchups. And as we mentioned that Camille earlier, champions like Camille and the Jax as well, these carry top laners tend to struggle into Shen. That's Senatarm Gensh in the patch of our Lord 14-18.
I don't think that
can
works.
Give Shen some issues in 1v1. I hope that's not bot lane together. The hybrid build, we've seen it once so far, has not turned out well. The cleaver first into Moonstone gives you a nice flat profile, but there is little to no damage.
Now, I thought we were returning to normalcy with the Xin first pick from Venomcrest, but we've then got the Senatarm. Nuclear Vikings, at least, have seemed to be reading the patch notes. We've got the Syndra, which has not been as prioritized as I know you maybe would have thought it would be, Pivotless.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Syndra is potentially the best mid laner on the patch. She might not have exclusively winning matchups, but the matchups that she's not expected to win, she's very good at neutralizing. Also worth noting that Nuclear Vikings mid laner, Eden here, loves a Syndra. So this going through this far, not being prioritized higher by Venomcrest is surprising to me, because I do feel it's one of the best picks on the patch.
The second ban phase going really well for Nuclear Vikings as well. They did kind of allude to a Syndra with the double mid ban in the first phase. They've gone to 3. Both teams taking away sort of big approaching fighters here in the Ornn, in the Gwen, in the Aatrox, and the Orianna. The only thing that outranges the Syndra to give her some issues. They're in a really good place to control a team fight now. Venomcrest have to have something that isn't Blitzcrank because they've probably filled out their bottom side. They need to snap start fights because if it's fair, Nuclear Vikings have the Shen and a Leona to back up anything that gets dove onto, and a Syndra to scatter and control the front line for Jinx.
I think the Shen, like, we expect the Shen to go top, right, from how things were going early. But the Aatrox and Gwen bans would suggest to me this might be Tahm Kench going top, and them expecting the Shen to be moved out of the top lane as a response, because these are both very good matchups into TK.
The Shen jungle like still works, and it's still very playable. I feel the Gold Gate sometimes makes a difference. The Renekton lock-in as well.
Okay.
What's going on, guys?
So we're doing Senatarm?
I mean, unless we get Shades of the EAC and this is Tahm Kench mid. But
Potentially.
imagine! I remember
Renekton
the
mid has been spoken about. I don't think it
Into
works into
Syndra?
Syndra very
not
well.
into Syndra,
I
no.
don't know. We need Faye to come in and give us a Tahm Kench mid.
Yeah,
I remember that
I
from
need-
Equal Esports Cup. That was cooking in the group stages.
Okay. The LeBlanc also
Okay,
has been spoken about. Showmaker played it. Game 5, clutch moment
It's Senatom
against T1.
Kench.
This is
Okay, so we're
maybe
just
a
not
bit
doing
of the
damage,
cheating.
or
I think
do
it's enough
we-
if LeBlanc gets the whittle down and gets ahead, but you're not guaranteed to do that against Syndra. The Xin Zhao has a lot to contribute to that 2v2.
I mean, so
okay, Mundo, fine, whatever. Why not?
I mean, Mundo could go top or jungle here. He's actually
Yeah,
fine in
that's
both
flexible.
roles. Like that's very you have a two-way flex here.
Okay.
It's just pick your poison. I think
what-
if Mundo goes top into Renekton though, it's a very, very good matchup into Renekton. Then Vishen goes jungle. It's pretty good at
Vishen.
neutralizing Xin Zhao in early duels. So
Hmm.
honestly, I really like Nuclear Vikings' draft here.
Yeah, they've definitely ran the gauntlet. They've convinced me plenty more. And yeah, I'm still not sure where that Shen and Mundo's going to go. Mundo's much better at getting gold out of the jungle than Shen. I think both are good. They have a lot of sort of creative freedom here. Both set up nicely with Syndra. It's going to be a pretty good time. It is going to be a bit of protect the Jinx the later we go. But they have so many tools. I think Venom Crest, unless they get this like platform where LeBlanc does some funny stuff and Tahm Kench has to sort of slowly move towards an objective or a tower, they're really going to struggle.
I mean, I've rarely seen a beefier front line than Nuclear Vikings has drafted for their Jinx at this point. With the Shen, Leona, Mundo, just the size on display is intense. And the Syndra obviously scaling as well. It's classic front-to-back stuff. And Nuclear Vikings, that's really what they just excelled at. They played a very solid, clean game in their first round. Against, was it Vertex, I believe? They just kind of refused to be taken advantage of early on and just played really solid team fights. And this is a comp that's absolutely gonna steamroll that if it comes to it. Going into, a mid game versus Renekton, LeBlanc, Xin Zhao with the center behind them, that could be pretty scary. The scuffles could get pretty tricky for them. But if Nuclear Vikings are able to be solid, able to not give away silly advantages, able to avoid getting caught in bad spots, I think that eventually this will become fairly unplayable for the Venom Crest side. But, Chaos is the middle name of Venom Crest at this point, so I would expect them to not take that one lying down,
It's odd. I think we could even see like double Night's Vow behind a Locket of the Iron Solari. How on earth are you going to kill this Jinx and Syndra? I do not know.
Yes, I'd expect the Shen itemization here, assuming this is Shen jungle, which is where my head is at with this one. If we're choosing to put the
looks to be,
it
we have
looks
been
to be
leaked the
Shen
lobby.
jungle.
Yeah.
Egg.
Mm-hmm.
So, assuming that Shen goes jungle, which we have pretty much confirmed now, I expect this to be Barmy Cinder Redemption itemization, which is fairly typical for Shen jungle right now. So, Halo Blades is fairly common. You sometimes go Aftershock, it depends on what you feel you need, but Halo Blades is better if you plan on scrapping early, which against Xin Zhao is often going to happen. So, my expectation is Barmy Cinder Redemption Locket coming out of Shen, which opens Leona up to go just Night's Vow Warmogs, and together they kind of complete all the tank itemization together in terms of support items. This Jinx, unless LeBlanc is obscenely ahead in this game, Jinx is really going to struggle to die. Jinx could be trying to die. I still don't think she could.
Yeah.
So it's
Roddy,
Cassandra has to be a showmaker or shoemaker. We get to see
Pretty
which
much.
one.
Yeah.
We see if Cassandra is channeling Chovy or Choki this game. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you've been drafted onto the desk at an inopportune moment, Temporal, because I'm gonna ask you to try and make this Senna Tom work in 14-18 or whatever, 14-19, whatever we're on right now. So you've been given your players have given you Senna Tom. How are you advising them to go into this game?
Xin Zhao is going to go top and top and top. Renekton's going to build the Blade of the Ruin King.
Abandon them.
Senna is going to
Yes.
build the Black Cleaver, and between them, because we're not going to assign anything sensible, apparently they're going to end up in a lane together the later this goes. They're going to maybe take half of Mundo's health and make him fear and dive. And then maybe with some
Okay.
towers, LeBlanc could pick up a T2 bounty. She can get rich, she can get loaded, and maybe kill
Yeah,
Jinx
man.
if she finds the angle. That's a way through.
Totally. For sure. Yeah, love that. love that for them.
Lots of conditions. Lots of conditions.
Yeah, I think we maybe need a No Arm Watley Rabadon's Tam possible angle here to really just
it's
make
not the worst game. Watley's build's really interesting. Spell pen boots and the
Yeah.
drain tank item. I've built it
I'm-
so many times. Its name escapes me.
Overlords.
Oh,
No, the Overlord's blood mail is bonus.
Oh,
health
Hollow
from HP.
Radiance.
no, Hollow Radiance is
No,
the
that's
MR
that's
Sunfire.
AP.
Unending
my-
Despair? Unending
Unending
Despair.
Despair. Drains a
Right.
percentage of your
Yeah.
deals damage to everyone around you every few seconds, heals you for over 100% of that. So if you hit multi-targets, it gets quite nasty quite quick. And you get the pen
Yeah.
on top. Sure. Watley,
Sure.
your
Okay,
spirit's gotta be here right now.
We're gonna need Showmaker in mid lane and Watley in support for Venom Crest right now. Pray, put your hands together, everybody, and let's see how they do. Nuclear Vikings, love your front to back cop. It's very, very good. Let's pass it with that over to our casters, Dubby King and Rob, to watch whatever the heck this is gonna be.
Always.
And welcome in. There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome in tonight. And I'm excited to be back on cast. Rob, good to have you here as well. How are you feeling about that draft? Because that was, we're seeing just two opposite sides right now, right?
I'm going to curse this. I think this
Go.
is a complete win for Nuclear Vikings. I think this draft is close to like a 90-10. I think this is unbelievably good. Firstly, Shen Jungle into Xin Zhao is not a classic counter. You usually see stuff at the Jax, but Shen Jungle is a more modern counter. Can't use his knockup, right? His 3-talent strike doesn't work on Shen thanks to W. You then pick up the Jinx. There's no Jarvan to sort of lock her in place. Then you answer with a Senna Tarn, which gives a Jinx essentially a free scaling lane unless you play aggressive. The Syndra comes through, is going to deny Xin Zhao getting on top of that Jinx. And then just from there, they can go any support they want. Did they want to go Ludo? They could. Getting engaged is probably better. They could have gone Rela Leona. That was possible. And then top lane, it was just a counter pick. They can go whatever they want. So to me, this is a complete win for Nuclear Vikings. I say this as a massive curse. They're now going to... I know these players. They're going to throw. It's going to happen. I'm going to have egg on my face. But to me, honestly, utter destruction. Syndra's the best mid. Shen is quietly one of the best jungles. Ivan was banned. He still goes to a supportive jungler here. You've got to be watching this mid jungle and looking at where the Shen ult goes, because it could already be over from draft, I think.
No, I completely agree. And especially when you look at these, power picks they have, the Syndra, the Jinx, the one jungler that usually scares them, the Jarvan, banned out. So they have the safety net of, they can save their summoners to escape these essential plays. And they don't have to worry about a Jarvan just pressing Cataclysm on them on cooldown. So that right there gives them a huge safety net with all these beefy tanks. Shen to just peel as much as they want. It is there. But you can throw everything out of the bus yet because, Senna exists and so does LeBlanc. Senna could potentially scale and LeBlanc, look at this. We got to ignite TP.
I would say TP
LeBlanc.
Ignite.
Yeah.
My God.
This person is here to snowball and win. And if that works out, it'll be absolutely fantastic.
This does also mean that without that flash, it's going to be even harder to maybe extend your combo into getting this Jinx, right? You don't have that ability to maybe look for like a flash, mimic just double distortion, things like this. You're going to have to already be playing on flanks in these fights. You have the Ignite for a bit, stronger sort of lane phase, but again, we'll have to see if they can, because this is going to be a lane diff for Venom Crest, right? Like the Renekton at some point is not going to be able to get onto. I'm just looking at Jinx. I'm thinking, how'd you kill her? With the Shen itemization, with the Leona stun, it's going to be hard. Because you just see a sort of standard 5-point with a little bit of a LeBlanc spice coming in there, trying to get a bit of vision. But if you're in this game, expect high pace from Venom Crest because they have to play quickly here to win this game before probably about 25 minutes. On the other side, Nuclear Vikings, they're going to be pretty happy to sit back and scale. Syndra's so broken in late game at the moment with the buffs, especially onto Storm Surge. That item is, if you go Luden Storm Surge, she one-shots pretty much everyone in the game. Absolutely broken mid laner at the moment, to be honest with you. Jinx is very strong. Multiple builds can go, that crit can go the sort of opportunity build. So look to see Venom Crest make plays early. Otherwise, we'll look to see if Nut can scale into this game, because late game is going to be a terror.
Definitely, and we'll see Brody there on the Jinx as well. They do have barrier as well, so it's just that extra bit of defensive abilities. So I'll be very impressed if Venom Crest make any kind of opportunity to get the kill, but getting that first kill on the Jinx at any moment later this game will be absolutely essential, and I'll definitely be keeping my eye out for it. Now, junglers are splitting the map separately, so we'll see Xin Zhao moving up the top with Shen moving down to bot side. So You know what? That kind of works out, I guess, because maybe if you're the Xin Zhao, you don't exactly want to spend much time around your Tahm Kench Senna. I think we heard that on the desk as well. So I do like that. And with this nice warning that you put on with the LeBlanc, they will know that Fruity Carrot is moving downside the map. So with that information, they might be able to try and make some kind of play. But it's a Mundo top, so I don't
It's
know
gonna
if they'll
be
be able to do too much.
it's gonna be pretty difficult, right, to make a play onto Mundo as you just see trades in mid lane. This is kind of what you expect with the LeBlanc, especially when you're taking this TP Ignite, right? You're gonna have to play aggressive from minute one. They know they've got to put sort of put the pace on this game and get it going. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The Xin Zhao, he's gonna have to go top pretty much on repeat here because how are you going to be able to get any kind of setup into something like a Senna Tahm Kench lane into this Jinx unless they manage to get that Jinx first? You also run the risk of maybe even in a 3 versus 2, if that Jinx gets a reset, it's really scary. So again, you're seeing Venom Crest. They are identifying where they need to play. This is a team that we know. We came up from Div 2 as default gamers. They placed third in Sunshine Showdown, and they're already showing a lot, like a great understanding in that tournament and in the game, even against Ruddy. And today, at least know what they do is look at the damage already in mid lane. Paul George is looking to exert his will on this game from a very early point.
Yeah, and they have the electrocute back up. So with the ignite, some kind of level 4 damage could come through. I think we're gonna have to see Syndra play very careful here. I mean, no junglers are there to protect them yet, so with that, it'll be a very fair 1v1 matchup. But you know what? I like the Syndra. You see right there, they're hiding where they need to be. I know they would love to step up for that farm, but it's a LeBlanc. And LeBlanc has the health bar to tank a few tower shots here, so they need to be careful. As we see 3 members move together for one Scuttle Crab. Junglers will split them half-half, and with that, nothing to... There we go. Now Shen can finally give a bit of coverage towards the Syndra and hopefully keep them alive.
Yeah, and again, just watch Hazard and Paul George to try and make stuff happen
Ooh.
because oh my god, Paul George, that's very risky. It's unlikely you're gonna be able to pick up that kill under turret with where Akronos is playing. But again, you're gonna have to see this Xin Zhao, who, if you're not getting leads on Xin Zhao, I don't think we even mentioned this. Xin Zhao without leads is very, very sad champ, but there is a sort of fast push going in here into Shy, so Shu's got to be a bit careful about being ganked here. You can't be giving over any free kills if you're Nuclear Vikings, because the only inroad into this game is getting, that mid-game spike on that Renekton, who is going to be so strong. But Hazard's already back, so Shy goes in. Once his jungler's gone, look at the damage!
Shy jumping in there does have, the AoE Q to try and heal off the minions, but doesn't really use it correctly and tanks so much damage. And it's a Mundo. Mundo Grasp, especially with how much bonus AD they can get, that's not exactly the smartest decision, as they will be able to pick up most of the wave on the TP. But we're forced to flash and lost cannon, so Mundo looking strong. Mundo winning a 1v1. I mean, that's not the first time. Mundo is just the stat stick champion out there, up there with Garen, so not the biggest surprise.
He is just going to be able to run in this game. There's not really anything that does enough damage to just take him out of the fights, right? There's no sort of tank shred here. Senna isn't going to be that sort of monstrous ADC with a Blade of the Ruin King or with lots of crit and armor pen that's going to be able to get through Mundo's health bar. So again, if this Mundo's getting a lead, again, you just see trade. It's good. This is all mid lane's going to be. The first few levels is where LeBlanc's going to shine, and past that, there is going to be a little bit more damage available for the Syndra. So you're going to see a little bit more even trades. But again, Nuclear Vikings, they're just playing nice and slow. They're down a little bit of gold, but it's only 300. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, especially when you're running a Shen jungle who doesn't really care about being low econ with the support of the Redemption, the Locket, the Moonstone builders. Look at the damage in top again. Level 6 Mundo to level 5 Renekton. This is not a fight you can be taking here, Shine. Look at the wave it's pushing in. This is a bit of a disaster in top lane.
Yeah, that's just the Mundo factor for you right there. I mean, when you see these cleavers come out, they do so much damage, especially with the emote there too. I mean, Renekton blowing that flash is really just putting them in such a rough spot. Also, Mundo here, with the ultimate available, sure, I'm sure Renekton is very close on XP to get that themselves, but they're in no position to be able to do any kind of dueling, at least till the first items. Ashuk here, recognizing that he's got the level advantage, will go in. 6 for both now, so he will back out. Wave is crashing back towards him, so he's happy and safe with that. But I love the aggression. Meanwhile, well played. The Venom Crest do see an opportunity to take the grubs, moving Sen up there to get some extra souls as well. But we see Fruity Carrots on the dragon, so it's a good 1-for-1 objective trade.
Yeah, this is the kind of objective trades you generally see at the moment. A team often like Venom Crest who wants to accelerate the game should be looking towards those grubs. We had to take those turrets a little bit earlier, with LeBlanc on side lane, with Renekton maybe on side lane. And then on the other side, you just see this Ocean Dragon go, which is a nice little increase of health regen and mana regen, right, for Nuclear Vikings. But again, objective trades, this is still in benefit of Nuclear Vikings because of the fact that there's no kills going down, there's no fights. Senna may have got those souls, but that's not what you really care in this game. And Shy, the wave is pushing into again. He's having a rough time in this top lane matchup as Shu, he still has ultimate. He's happy to take the damage and he's going to push this in. We've not had the visits that we've expected from Hazard onto this top side. And that is not a good look going into mid game.
Yeah, Hazard did move top one, sat on the ward, and then recalled out of that one. And since then, we haven't seen much more. But you know what? There's probably not much they can do in this situation. Shu having flash up. Oh, maybe. Actually, look at this. Nice damage, forcing out the flash. As Paul George goes in. That is the LeBlanc angle. But Akranos is forced to flash out. Doesn't have TP either, so will have to sacrifice a bit of their wave. But Shen has shown up. Fruity Carrots will be able to happily take that in return. But LeBlanc showing some fight. This is what we want to see, right? This is the kind of things that shows, hey, we're not giving up yet. Let's get some action in there. A bit of a CS lead as well. So, all in all, Paul George looking slightly confident.
Looking good. I am happy he did pick up this LeBlanc. I wouldn't have wanted to see him go for something like a mage into the Syndra. It's good to see him pick up this assassin and actually try and take it to Akranos, who I would say on the Syndra is one of the scarier aspects if you do give that champion over to him. Historically, incredibly good on that pick. So it's good to see him being able to match, almost beat in the lane. And Syndra's coming back now. Once it does get to impact, sort of improved TPs, rather, it gets a bit harder to actually start forcing and doing sort of meaningful difference in CS here for the LeBlanc. So it's good to see him get those advantages. But other than that, they blow the flash, but they now have to punish this flashless Syndra, right? They're going to have to look for something because look at the kills. It's 0-0 at 8.5 minutes. The gold is 200 gold difference. Nothing at all for this stage in the game. And they're going to try. They've got to try. And this looked like a dead Syndra.
Yeah, Paul George did an excellent job of dodging out the knockback. And with that, chains were connected. And anything, I think the solo kill was there. But Hazard will happily show up there, get the assist. And with that, first blood going over to LeBlanc. And it's just painful. You saw Akranos. They knew they couldn't step up. They didn't have the flash, but they just had to do something, and then they stepped up just slightly too far, and with that, giving over an unfortunate kill.
That just shows the strength of LeBlanc, right? LeBlanc, with these junglers like Xin Zhao, you see often the LeBlanc Lee Sin as a prime example, has so much setup. Doesn't just need to be this damage threat when it comes to the Yanks, can just chain someone into another chain, and you just can't move. And at that point, it's a free kill. So with that flash down again, I would expect to see Hazard maybe try and visit mid. Again, there is no flash on the Xin Zhao, did use it to secure that kill, which you were saying maybe it could have been a solo kill, maybe a wasted flash. We'll have to see if that matters in the end. But they are going to have to punish harder and harder and get this LeBlanc fed, because I think on Des they were saying, how are you killing this Jinx? And I'm telling you, it's LeBlanc. There is no one else. So they're going to try and get Paul George as fed as possible.
Definitely. I mean, Syndra is the one of the champions. Syndra and Orianna, both of them. When neither of them have flash, you want to punish them. And that's exactly what we're hoping for here. Meanwhile, nice solar flare from Leona will stop Reeton from escaping. Reeton being very tanky, still having the grey health to use, will pop that, but a bit too late. And Akranos will be able to take that down with the ultimate. And you know what? That is a very nice force from them. I mean, they just barely managed to connect the solar flare on Leona. But you know what? LeBlanc is happily taking out this mid lane tower. They did have the grubs, so that will give 2 plates over. Paul George getting some extra gold, and the second set of grubs are now respawning. Xin Zhao already on them, so we might see a strong 6 grubs for Venom Crest, and we'll have to see what they can use that.
Yeah, and I don't think this is going to be answered here for Nuclear Vikings. By the time that Shen gets over to the grubs, unless Leona is right behind him, they're not going to be able to contest. So yeah, 6 grubs looking to go over here. LeBlanc getting a little bit gold in mid lane, right? That was what, 250 gold? Really plates. So are they worth 125? I can't even remember now. It used to be 175 and they come down. Either way, getting about 250, 300 gold there for Paul George is kind of an even trade with the assist gold. Yeah, it's about the same amount going into the pocket though of the LeBlanc, as opposed to being split among the team. And this is still good for Nuclear Vikings. However, the LeBlanc is getting a bit fed. 6 grubs do go over. Are they going to be able to contest this dragon, though, Venom Crest? It's coming up in 30 seconds. Shen ult's available. You're also going to be able to see a Jinx Super Mega Death Rocket available. Solar Flare's going to be available. Unleash Power from Syndra is going to be available. Everything is going to be available for Nuclear Vikings for this dragon fight. And this could be the time where, if they do lose this and Solar Flare goes wide, let's see if they can make this fight work, Nuclear Vikings.
Engage onto Reeton here. Yeah, so using all their damage onto the Tam Kench, which is maybe not the target you want. Double TP from both top laners coming in. As Reeton's taking so much damage, and Fruity Carrots will be the first one to go down without having to use the ultimate. Paul George on the side getting a kill there as well, as Shy will take down Brody. Leona running for their life, as that is a 3-4-1 on the favor of Venom Crest, and it just seemed that Nuclear, they had the chance to go in, but they chose the wrong target. Throwing all their abilities and damage onto Reeton. Tahm Kench is not the target you want to focus down. And with that, Venom Crest just picked up the dragon.
Nah, this is just that's just not how you want to be taking fights if you're Nuclear Vikings. Trying to jump onto a Tahm Kench with Solar Flare, it misses, and then trying to just force, which we've seen in the past with Nuclear Vikings in Sunshine Showdown. Often they would try and make plays happen, look a little bit uncoordinated. It was a slightly different roster, but still, you still saw, you know, 3 carrots there following up on a Leona ult that didn't hit. So then you've used Torn, you've got no more CC left. You see a better Nuclear Venom Crest, the LeBlanc managed to get to that fight first onto the Jinx, blew her up. If you don't have Jinx available, what are you going to do?
Yep.
If you don't have Jinx getting those resets, what are you going to do? And it took so long to kill TK. At this point in time, it will take a long time. And I think right there, they need to play a little bit slower. Once the Solar Flare misses, maybe see if they could take a fight that's a little bit slower, a little bit more beneficial to Jinx, and have Syndra involved. If Syndra isn't there, you're missing a lot of damage in this early game. Luden's now completed for the Syndra. She is a source of damage until Jinx gets to those 2-3 items. We see the opportunity though for Jinx. It's going to be that opportunity, maybe collect a build where you sort of do a lot more damage to squishies, but make it a bit harder to get through the tanks.
Yeah, that's going to be my next question, because maybe I've been out of the 80 carry meta for a while, but when I see that item, I don't expect it on Jinx, that's for sure. So excited to see how this build pans out and how it goes, because like you said, better on squishy targets. Venom Crest, they do have a very tanky Tahm Kench, but the rest of their team comp, you know, they are squishy or they will be some kind of bruiser. So with that, it could pan out quite worth it. You know, you don't have to really worry about the Jinx being the kind of person to take down a tank. But like this Mundo right here, who has 73 stacks on the Dark Seal and is just doing insane amount of damage to the tower. And look at this, he's gonna auto attack right here. Just bonk. Oh no, he didn't take the Heartsteel Seal.
He did take the Heartsteel. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't go for it since he was taking the turret shot anyway. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be a lot harder for these team fights to actually make it happen when you're going to have only your real tank being that Tahm Kench. Sterix is an item, to be fair. Makes Renekton absolutely disgusting with the Dominus. Gives him, once the Dominus is blocked, that Sterix shield is like 1,200 HP. It does make him a lot more effectively tanky, but yeah, still not as tanky as a true tank, maybe up in that top lane. So we'll have to see if they can actually make it happen, because they've now got the lead, right? They're ahead. Oh, but it is only 700 gold, but they have got the lead here, Venom Crest. And we'll have to see if they can actually maybe fight around this Herald. This is what they're looking for next. LeBlanc is going to be able to get there first, so this objective very likely going over to VNC. And there isn't going to be a response from Nuclear Vikings. Maybe they've got cold feet a little bit from that dragon fight and going, okay, we just need to scale. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's not just run into them like we did last time. Let's give it a bit of time and see if we can actually get our Jinx online, because that could come back to bite them. You know, this Herald, if they look for this mid turret off of it, open it up and then play more aggressive Venom Crest. They have an inroad into this game, as Jinx Rocket doesn't unfortunately steal the Herald, but They need, again, Venom Crest are looking to accelerate. This is what they need to be doing. This is great to see, because I had massive concerns for their draft, and at least they're trying to operate to their win conditions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if the gold is only about 200, it might feel like a lot more, especially after they just very dominantly won that last fight. But one thing to call out, I mean, I don't think we saw much of Mundo in that last fight. This guy is currently 2 full items. They got plates top lane, move to bot lane, plates and first tower bot lane. This guy is very ahead of gold compared to the Renekton. I mean, looks like he's got the most gold in the game, just slightly more than the LeBlanc. So we'll have to see how this Mundo plays out these team fights, and especially with this next dragon coming out in 1.5 minutes. It looks like we have a Chemtech Rift as well, and it looks like the icon's, you know, doing a great job of being correct. But those will benefit this Mundo so much, and thank you, observers, for that. Meanwhile, Herald coming down mid lane, will charge, will collect, and especially with the grub value as well. Look at all those
Look at
guys,
them
man.
go.
They're making us proud. And that is what you want in these kind of teams, when, hey, we need to win early, get the 6 grubs and use that to try and take down as many towers, or if you're having an opportunity to side lane, get that extra damage. So we'll have to see if Venom Crest can really utilize that as they look to put their attention towards this bot side of the map.
Venom Crest, honestly, they are impressing here. In a draft where I was very concerned about what happens past about 20 minutes, they're at least showing some sort of fight where they were looking. I thought they were going to go for a play bot side. They tried to catch Akranos, didn't happen. They are going to have to get this bot turret. You'd assume here, as we're seeing a little bit of counter jungling from the Shen, not that common, but you know, it still happens. They're going to try and go for this bot turret, and are they going to be able to go for a dive on Akranos?
They did try. Stun did connect as they will go through. Paul George getting an insane amount of damage. However, the tower does just enough to take back the kill, making it a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Shuhi on the top lane did trade down the tower. And this Mundo is just... This guy's channeling his inner split push Tryndamere, I swear. This guy's just running down these side lanes, pressuring these towers, and will now move towards the mid lane as well, as 4 members from Nuclear Vikings are going to start hitting this tower. Reeton can't really do much, so...
Just stands there, just watches as his turret falls. Look at the gold. It's even at 17 minutes. This is not where you want to be as Venomcrest. I was impressed, and they're going to have to go for a fight now, it would look like, but I do think they actually have to go. They have to go.
Onto Breton again. We see TPs coming through from both, so we will get a full 5-for-5. No one dead yet. However, Hazard in a bad spot will have to... Oh, nice. Breton will be able to gobble that one out and bring him to safety. Paul George on the side will get the chains onto Nut Sandwich. However, not much will come out of that one as Dragon is being focused, but it looks like the pings from Venomcrest are moving away. Paul George jumps in to try and make them a bit nervous, but that will be a second Dragon secured for Nuclear Vikings as Venomcrest opted in to not fight back.
It looks like the biggest counter to Venomcrest style, the D4G of old style, is to simply not let them play the Fiesta, because right now Nuclear Vikings, they locked rank there. They did not give a chance for Venomcrest to split apart the fight. They stood on top of each other. Nuclear Vikings as Brody's got to be careful.
Brody, he doesn't see the knockup from Tahm Kench.
Oh, he's gone.
Huge one shot from Paul George. I mean, that guy blinked and was dead. Has flash, has barrier, but did not see that. So you know what? Huge play from them. I don't know how they had I don't know where they caught the vision off that Brody would be there, but you know what? We'll take it. Easy pick.
Those are the kind of plays they do need to be making to keep themselves in this game. It sounds weird to say they're 6-3, but the gold is still so even that you almost have to favor the scaling team comp that has the protect the ADC kind of style with the chunky lads in front of them, but they managed to pick off that Jinx there. And this is a habit you sometimes see coming out of the Nuclear Vikings bot laner, sometimes steps up a little bit too far. It wasn't too far in this case. It was just a great read coming out from Venomcrest. The Tahm Kench knock up into the ridiculous amount of damage from LeBlanc. I mean, where did Jinx go? Disappeared. But still, they managed to get that pick, and it slows down Nuclear Vikings a little bit, but they're already right back out on the map. He's gone back to those Raptors. He's getting them. He's not going to be... You can't kill him twice on those Raptors. But again, they could always try again, I guess. But yeah, right here, Nuclear Vikings, that slows them down a bit, but it isn't going to mean that they are going to have to take their foot completely off the gas, because the waves are coming into them. They're getting that gold. I know this sounds not like Kobe. It's a 400 gold lead for Venomcrest, but I cannot express enough. Venomcrest need to start taking fights now, because at 25 minutes, 30 minutes, it's so hard to play into Syndra Jinx with 3 tanks in front of them. So they need to make fights happen. There's a Baron spawning, obviously the first Baron of the game, up in a couple seconds. Are they going to try play for that? Dragon spawns in 3 minutes. They definitely need to play for that, because there's already 2 dragons on the side of Nuclear Vikings. Let's see what Venomcrest's next move is, because the onus is on them. If you are Nuclear Vikings, you're happy to sit back and ping pong waves with a Jinx Syndra. So right now, Venomcrest, they got to go. Are they going to pick Ollie again? Or Brody again? Sorry, I said his real name. Are they going to pick Brody again? Not likely, if he respects the fact that they have to make a play somewhere, and it's got to be on the Jinx.
Yeah, I think Brody, stepped up a bit too far there and kind of forgot that he needs to hold hands with their support. So with that, I can't imagine this Leona will leave his side anymore. And definitely agree, because with this dragon spawning, I mean, if Nuclear Vikings get to stack all of these Chemtech dragons, I mean, Mundo will just he's got 1 ocean dragon already. The Chemtech dragon, if he gets any more of those, this guy will just be even stronger. So with that, I think I completely agree. Venomcrest need to try and do something this game. We already see 2 black cleavers completed, so they are taking, okay, hey, we got these tanks, we need to start shredding them down seriously. But they won't work if you don't hit the opponent, so they have to put themselves in some kind of position and look for a fight, which I would very much hope they do with this dragon. So we'll have to see. Maybe they'll ping pong these waves for the next minute or so and wait till the dragon spawns in under a minute and then look to a play. And as we see, Mundo now has a bounty at 1-0. 3rd item completed. Did he just fully buy the Thornmail? I think so. Like, this guy
so tanky.
is terrifying. Yep.
I just, even though he's only got that 1 kill, with those 3 items online, he's going to be able to then maybe get a little bit of magic resisted to make sure the LeBlanc doesn't do anything. doesn't really need to. LeBlanc shouldn't be focusing him at all, and he's going to be running into 3 physical damage champions with, so much armor already. So he's feeling pretty great. Should be feeling pretty good right now if you are that Mundo. But we are seeing Venom Crest. They're trying here. They're trying to make another play onto the Syndra. Maybe this is the angle of attack they feel is the only way they can get him, because the Jinx isn't walking up to give them these 3 kills. And you see the double dash forward, the double distortion only does a little bit of damage, a little bit of pokers. This is not how Venom Crest like to play. Venom Crest are the Fiesta team. They're the sloggers. They want to brawl you and fight you everywhere you can. And Nuclear Vikings just saying, no,
Yeah.
I'm not, that's not happening. It's such a slow game, Dubby. It's so slow. Unless they get a pick here, maybe
Oh,
pick
wow.
up Akranos.
Jumps over, doesn't
Oh my
do
God!
the damage, and Akranos actually managing to play the easier champion there, I swear. Just press ultimate after landing on a few of those orbs. We'll take the kill, and with that, that's 4v5, and I think Nuclear Vikings have a free taking for their 3rd dragon. So well played, Akranos. Huge outplay from them.
Oh, watch out,
Actually,
body.
Royalty-
Might get engaged. Okay, nothing ends up coming for it. That, unironically, might be the one death that seals the fate of Venom Crest. All of that pressure is gone. That LeBlanc pressure on side onto the Syndra, it's disappeared. They don't feel they can turn onto the Baron. Look, Venom Crest, they're not going to go and try and trade objectives. They're literally giving everything to Nuclear Vikings now. They take the Dragon. They don't even get the top turret. There's no Baron take coming out because it is quite slow. The Senna at this point in time is not strong enough to just burn through that Baron. And I mean, I'm just shocked at the amount of damage that came out of Syndra. I understand Syndra is completely broken. Storm Surge now complete. Absolutely disgusting damage. But the fact that they were able to get that kill, now the LeBlanc has to be so worried that how many was it? Just an orb? Was it like an orb into a stun into an ult? That's not very much you are going to be able to dodge for this LeBlanc. You have to play perfectly on the side lane now with the amount of damage coming out from this Syndra. She's got a need to see large rod on top of this now as well. The damage is crazy coming out of the mid laner from Nuclear Vikings.
I mean, just a quick replay. Like, what happened there was just the Syndra took the fight first. They played on the aggressive against the LeBlanc, which maybe you wouldn't expect to do. But they recognized, hey, I know what I'm doing with my champion. I know my limits. And with that, they must have just caught Paul George off guard. And that was just the easy solo kill. So we'll have to see if they can keep doing that. And definitely, like you said, LeBlanc might just be a bit more scared on how things go. And with that, I mean, they take their 3rd dragon. They're going to play this slow, probably play for soul. And with that, eventually look to collapse this game down, as they might not necessarily have the fastest Baron as well. Jinx doesn't exactly have good Baron takedown items here, but if all 5 of them group up on it together, I mean, this Mundo will actually have a surprisingly amount of damage through the Sunfire and just the amount of AD they'll get passively through their kit. So with that, I don't think that there's going to be a worse Baron take from Nuclear Vikings here either, but they don't need Baron yet either. They're happy to leave it on the map and just wait till Venom Crest go for something and instead play against that.
I feel almost I feel frustrated on the behalf of Venom Crest here, because right now they are running around, they're trying to make stuff happen as they're going onto the top laner of Nuclear Vikings, but are they going to be able to kill a Mundo?
I think he just wants the Heartsteel stack. Yeah, just take his Heartsteel stack and walk away. He's happy with that. I mean,
I just feel like I can almost feel their frustration coming through the screen. Every time they walk, look, they're walking mid now. And then Nuclear Vikings respect it. They back off a little bit.
Yep.
Nothing happens. It goes back to a neutral game state. The difference in gold, it's only 400. And remember, this is a Shen jungle. This is not a champion that needs that massive influx of gold. He's almost onto his Moonstone already. That's an absolutely disgusting thing. Sandwich has to be careful here, though. He's gone the wrong side of the wall.
Will
oh my God, the
flash
damage
out there, and look at the damage return back as all of a sudden Venom Crest were looking for something, but now they're on the run themselves. Shy will group up, which will hopefully just scare off the rest of Nuclear Vikings. But yeah, as you said, Not Sandwich did an excellent job of flashing out there and, saving their health bar up, as Paul George will try and go in, but nothing too exciting. And meanwhile, look at Mundo. He's just hanging out on that top side of the map. He's just split pushing, having a great time, slapping down these towers. And you know what? Venom Crest, I liked it, but unfortunately, the gold, just the stat difference there. And I can't even say gold difference because it's completely different. It's just the champion stat difference right here is showing super strong.
Yeah,
though,
Breton, you gotta be a bit
in
careful.
for more. Will actually get popped. Didn't use the Grey Health soon enough. However, Paul George with huge damage will take down Not Sandwich. Fruity Carrot's forced to dash out of that one as they might look for more. However, a nice stun will force both summoners out from Triad Matthew as they're forced to run back. Has this been a bit of a scrap fest right here? And I don't think we'll get for more. Shuk showing up will hopefully just scare them off the tower. And with that, allow Nuclear to siege down this base.
This is so frustrating to watch if you're a Venom Crest fan, because it just seems to me like they can't find any inroad into this game past 20 minutes. It was always a concern to be had that they didn't accelerate the game enough, but right now, that was a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Brilliant. It was a support for a Tahm Kench. That Tahm Kench has a lot more gold income. And let's not forget, this is a Nuclear Vikings that is now ahead in the gold. But I didn't even get to mention this. There is going to be more gold on the side of Venom Crest. They're playing Senna. They're playing this fasting Senna. So you're going to always have more gold from the Tahm Kench farming and then the Senna souls. And the fact that gold has always been so close for Nuclear Vikings and now in the lead means that you're actually much further behind than you'd expect for Venom Crest. And that means they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to force. And that's the best they could hope for, was picking up a support. Now with this dragon sporting up in 30 seconds, Nuclear Vikings can just push in mid and just play it standard. Five man front to back. Free Carrot. He's too tanky. He's too strong. And a Renekton Xin Zhao, he blocks all their damage. So all you have to do if you are Nuclear Vikings is just walk at them with your 3 tanks in front and hope and make sure you've got vision control on the sides. Right now, I think this has to be Paul George finding the pick of his lifetime on Brody, because otherwise, this is going to be Soul. On a Mundo, a Chemtech Soul. Disgusting.
Yeah, Mundo already having 5,000 health. I mean, Hazard getting chunked out from halfway across the map here is already half health. However, Paul George has now shown up, but they don't really have too much of an option. Tahm Kench looking to engage, will only knock up onto 1, is now in the middle of the whole team fight. Solar Flare collecting onto 1 as well. Reeton buying as much time. Paul George going in, will not connect the chains with anyone. However, the attention is on Akranos. Akranos will get gobbled up and down as it goes for 1-for-1. However, Hazard will be able to look for more as Brody gets the resets here. We'll get a triple kill. Moving on to a quadra. Paul George on the run is looking for the penta. I don't think they have the move speed to get it, as Paul George will run out of that one. But a huge quadra kill. First 4 kills for Jinx this game as well. Let's just add that to it. And with this, Nuclear Vikings will be looking for the bias and the win.
This is what an anticlimactic finish. It felt, the game was slowly slipping. Venom Crest not making those plays happen. Paul George, the last one left alive for 15 seconds to defend their base against such a tanky front line with a Jinx behind it. Not looking possible, and it's just going to be the end. But honestly, well played to Nuclear Vikings. Oh, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And he's gone. It's Nuclear Vikings. They look good in this game. And a Venom Crest that took it to Ruddy. Nuclear Vikings have really shown up as they are trying to defend here, but they've got to be careful. The Jinx reset might make it happen.
I mean, Jinx hasn't got a reset yet, and Brody will actually go down as they forgot to hit the Nexus. Nexus dropping down very, very low. Will eventually get taken down, as it seemed for a second that Venom Crest might be able to take that, defense back. Maybe not the win, but Nuclear Vikings will secure that and move themselves over with another win in Div 1 right here, which is fantastic. I mean, looking at this game, we said it from the start, the draft just seemed to always favor them, and it worked out in the end. Though, kudos to Venom Crest. They put up a good fight in the start. They secured their objectives better. They moved their champions around with these towers. I liked it, but sadly, just not quite enough.
Yeah, past about, 15 minutes, it was really hard. They didn't have those. They had 4 kills on LeBlanc. It wasn't enough. That 4 LeBlanc got solo killed by a Syndra. And at that point, that kill essentially removes all the pressure you had. You aren't able to lock Syndra in place in her lane anymore because you can't fight her. And it's just so difficult. Venom Crest today, I think they tried to play how they like to, and it didn't work against a team that played controlled. And maybe this is a weakness now that teams can exploit. Because against Ruddy kind of went into that madness a little bit, and Venom Crest were able to fight back. Nuclear Vikings gave them nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing today. And it was a very slow, methodical game. It was a game which kind of anticlimactically finished when they tried to jump onto the Syndra Jinx, and they got Syndra, but Jinx was there free firing. And what do you do? At that point in time, it's too late. The game's over.
Yeah. I mean, Jinx being left alive just meant the resets came through. Quadra there. Close to a penta, but not quite close enough. And with that, that is the first game for us tonight. We will throw into a short break before coming back for Vertex versus Ruddy, which should be another fantastic game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. See you guys then.
See you.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Game 1 is in the books, and Nuclear Vikings have taken their second win against Venom Crest. Now, we were pretty confident, I think, in Nuclear Vikings going into this game. We liked the simplicity and the tried and tested nature of their comp, and we had our questions about Venom Crest, and it seems like the questions on Venom Crest drafting are continuing apace, as it seemed to just kind of fall apart at some point. But the early game certainly had some playable moments. Now, we have a couple of replays to show of how Nuclear Vikings were handling this early game, because there were a couple of missteps that we felt we saw, and we thought that Venom Crest did actually get a decent opportunity into this game. So, Pivotless, why don't you talk a little bit about that bot lane interaction, just how this played out for both teams?
Certainly. So early game, Senna Tarm, it's a lane that we've not seen very much for quite a while now, but Reeton's Tarm Kench overall was having a pretty good lane up CS, and as such, Nuclear Vikings feel, well, it's time we shut this one down. Really nice Solar Flare lands, but you'll find that over this play, as we've got 4 people committing into bot lane, it takes so long to kill Tarm Kench, and it's going to give Cassandra on that LeBlanc so much free time to just start pushing this out. Sendra's going to miss the waves, and yeah, we kill the Tarm Kench, but you're slowing down your own game in a way. LeBlanc is going to be given some free time on the mid lane tower. She's going to have the opportunity to accelerate herself a bit with plates, and it's not a play that benefits you that much. TK is TK no matter what you do. So it feels like they're playing towards the wrong side of the map, kind of, in this position.
Yeah, I remember, Temporo, I asked you to plan, you said top lane, jungle, go top lane, go top lane, go top lane, and instead we were watching Reeton a lot in this early game, and this continued for a couple more minutes. We have another replay to continue this story, but take it over, Temporal, and tell us how this kind of played out through the rest of that early game.
So I think this is the second attempted assassination of a catfish in the bottom lane, and once again, Reeton and Matthew are pretty far up here. They'll eat some cooldowns. Watch the health bar on the Tahm Kench, and if you imagine being Nuclear Vikings, it's like, right, well, we're on the Jinx reset, so the Tahm Kench must die, and they get pretty close. And in that second health bar in the shield, by the time he actually falls, you've lost the Jinx. She's already gone to Shy coming in over the side, and your committal of all those cooldowns does mean that sort of more neutral setup in the front to back of Bruises plus Senna is able to get through, take down the pieces you were trying to elevate because you took too long trying to get that reset.
Yeah, and it developed a lead for Venom Crest that kept them in the game a decent amount of time. However, eventually the problems that we had seen started to rear their heads. It became a little tricky, and the game ended quite suddenly, as it turned out. We have the final fight around the dragon, where we can see some of these problems really rear their heads. Pivotless, why don't you talk us through this one?
So, Reeton feels that they found an angle on this Tahm Kench to engage. Already, because they've dropped this mid wave, they have to place Vision on a really awkward timer, and it means Nuclear Vikings can push them back out. But then Reeton says, hey, do you know what? I'll give it a go. He's trying to find Brody here in the backline, but just can't. What this means is Venom Crest are then forced to send number after number into the backline trying to find this Jinx, but they can't. In the end, they're going to find a pick onto the Syndra, and while Eden will go down, it's Brody getting all the time in the world to just open, stand there, free fire. And notice, through this entire fight, Mundo, start to finish, does not drop below 90% health. And any time he does, is immediately full health again. It's a very decisive end off this. And we were talking about it a little bit backstage about, well, actually, the Lethality Jinx in this position, it's probably the better itemization, specifically because such a big fight is happening around a point where usually Crit Jinx is in a bit of a trough. But Lethality Jinx is on one of her biggest spikes, so it plays into what Nuclear Vikings want to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have to give credit to Shoes Mundo here for the Mundo becoming ever more of a presence in the UKL Four Nations, it seems right now. But it looks really good, I'll be honest. We saw it in that jungle that one game. It was 4-0 up or something after 10 minutes. And now we've got it here. Shu just completely unkillable, winning the Renekton matchup that is not supposed to be particularly winning in the early stage.
Someone get Bin on the phone. We need to we need to let him loose.
I know, we need to teach Shu some manners right now. He's going to get a big head playing like this. This is crazy. But it was a very good game for Shoes Mundo, so absolute credit there. And Nuclear Vikings end up just kind of being able to front to back their way to a second victory. But it really does highlight, I think, the drafting seems to be a bit of a sticking point for Venom Crest right now. We do seem to be tying ourselves in knots a little bit, and it's maybe also worth noting that the first win that Nuclear Vikings got, we also put a lot on the drafting from Vertex. We had questions for that as well. It's specifically in the notes is that like these opponent drafts are very sus, and Nuke's just like, we're gonna go like a carry back here and a tank up here, and that's what we've done. So
We will
we're happy
group
with
as
this.
5 and
Yeah.
click right. I play Protoss in StarCraft. I appreciate the select all A move enemy flawless strategy.
So far, yes. So far, it is a 2-0 flawless strategy, and we'll see if Nuclear Vikings saw some missteps in the early game. We'll see how they want to manage that one, or if anyone can challenge their rock solid drafting. But let's look forward. Let's step forward to game number 2. Vertex, as we have just mentioned, versus Ruddy. Now, we're expecting this to be a little bit one-sided, perhaps. Pivotless, catch us back up on Ruddy's first couple of games. That was your pick for possible best team in the league. Just talk to us a little bit about what they've shown us in the first couple games.
So, Ruddy so far have shown us a side to some of their players that we haven't seen in the past. We've known Akers for a long time to be more of this, like, Cassante, not merchant, but certainly very comfortable on these champions and a more than competent weak side player. Whereas so far, we've seen Akers on a Camille and then on an Olaf. And this is certainly a little bit different. It's a different showing. And with Erol coming into the mid lane as well, you now have 3 lanes that can all be played through extremely handily for Ruddy. Now, of course, Crisis is temperamental sometimes, just in terms of the early game, likes to do some crazy things. And when it works out, it just accelerates Ruddy massively into the lead. And when it doesn't, it hasn't mattered too much so far. Ruddy have still been very comfortable to pull it back in the mid game. So yeah, I see this one being a bit one-sided.
Yeah, that carry core on Ruddy is hard to find a fault in. As you say, the jungle is certainly an exciting journey to witness, but ultimately the formula has just been a bit too strong to get through right here. Now, if we look at Vertex, especially that last game, we saw it came very close to a victory for Vertex. We saw Sin in the top lane with the Fiora, but Temporal, it ended up not really working out. We don't have Sin in here. We are running the 3rd different top laner in as many games. So maybe from the rest of the map from Vertex that we actually recognize at this point, what do you think we have going for Vertex right now? Obviously, they've struggled in that first week, but leaving aside their opponents, it's always going to be a tough match. What do you think we can maybe build on for the Vertex side?
I'm not 100% sure at this stage. You've got like this rotating top side, and I'm hoping to see more like coming together from Sharpie and sort of, you know, more Renekton's, more Chen, if that continues to go up in priority, and maybe even Dr. Mundo, who knows? Maybe some Cassante, some not, some more of the like traditional team fighting top laners that have a bit of both, a bit of flexibility and a bit of offering. I haven't really been super impressed with the sort of 4 unit that stayed the same. As you mentioned, it's been more stable than I would have expected, but there's still a gap to go before you're really pushing Ruddy, I think.
Yeah. I remember the Grave Stronghold coming up for Harikari and thinking, okay, cool, we're trying some carries in here. You know, we've already mentioned Faulty in the mid lane. Nectarios, I think, has been fine. We saw the Ziggs and the Lucian out of him, so there's at least a bit of depth to play through there. But ultimately, we are still trying to get the wheels on the road right now, I think, for Vertex. And against Ruddy, to be honest, it's probably a game you can just try some stuff. You know, just give it a whirl.
Yeah,
see if you can destabilize it.
We've seen a Quinn already. This might be Heimerdinger time.
Oh, it's time. It's always time.
I mean, I think it is an opportunity to, you know, it's from the side of Vertex, you're not expecting to win this game necessarily, but it's one where, you know, if through some small miracle you were to take it, fantastic. And it sets you up for, you know, it gives you all the momentum in the world. But even if you don't, this is effectively like scrimming a very strong team. Even if you lose from it, there's a lot you can take away from it. And there's a lot of learning opportunities here for Vertex to sort of scale into their later games as well.
I think the more creative as well, hopefully, the more you upset Ruddy's, if they have a plan, or sort of at least their habits, you can sort of start to subvert there and try and get underneath. That would be a reasonable time to try the strategy.
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard to attack. I guess the meta being in such a good spot for Erol right now certainly helps. When we were in the AD carry centric meta, now we're just back to mages just in time for Erol to decide he wants to to win UK again, I guess. It's just
for
the
a
thought
laugh.
that he's had.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? But then they've also got Sin, who is obviously so versatile in that bot lane. I think that's something about Sin that is always that'll be Ruddy Sin, not Ruddy Sign, I guess, as Evie and I
Yeah,
were calling in the
Ruddy
back lane to not
Sign.
confuse Ruddy Sign.
Uh.
Is such a versatile player down there, and even when characters like Varus are stepping back into the meta, just sort of even though I don't even notice any changes hitting this champion, and we just start playing it, and now we're Baron stealing again. You know, we're just Gumayushiing everywhere again, I suppose. So
Yeah.
it's hard to pin down the bot lane right now. I think to focus it on that specifically, we've seen some Ziggs in bot lane. We've seen Lucian. We've seen Zeri. What is actually the prevailing strength out of the bot lane right now? Temporal, I'll come to you first here, just because we seem to be moving maybe a little bit away from Jhin Ziggs, at least opening it up a little bit. What do you think is actually should be, a prioritized kind of champion archetype down there?
I think it's still the Jhin Asher Ziggs trifecta.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see if Pro have moved on from it. In my mind, I certainly haven't. Where you pick Jhin and it's like, oh, Ash is gonna blow your head off, but then Ziggs pushes her out too quickly, and then the Jhin beats up the Ziggs. There's still like a lot of personal expression, and I think Lucian plays a faster paced game. We've just seen the Jinx on Brody, who is that late game team fighter, and he wants the sort of big swing and big momentum later on. There's still a lot of personality to it. Sin is going to play Twitch this season. It will happen. Will it make any sense?
Happen.
Will there be Cassiopeia paired with it? Who knows?
Who knows? Why not? Pivotless, something else that I think it might be worth just resurrecting here. We were talking in the green room, following on from the Senna Tom, just while we're waiting for the Ruddy draft, the Ruddy Vertex draft to get started, is that we were, questioning the Senna Tom. Is this real anymore? It didn't look entirely fake in that game, but it's not particularly real. And we were talking about other possible options for it, and I just thought it would be interesting to mention what those were, because Senna, if we're still going to be playing it, what could maybe Reeton have considered instead of the Tom as an option to Bruiser down there?
So I think the issue with Senna, in a way, is a lot of her best pairings right now, we've moved away from those tanks. And we had a prevailing meta where most of the time the AD carry player was on the Senna, the support player was playing your tank. Whereas now, a lot of the better Senna pairings tend to be these mages, right? Ziggs Senna is pretty good. Of course, Jhin Senna also is very good. Less of a mage, but certainly a caster. Hui Senna has a fantastic time right now. You look towards the bruisers like your Wukongs, your Sets, etc. I had a long theory crafting session about Aurelia Senna a little while ago, and it's things like this do work. It's worth getting creative with her.
You want to know the worst one I've seen in solo queue?
Mm.
Senna Cogmore. It was an Alistair lock-in.
Oh.
And it just played Ghost Flash on the Cogmore, and he was immortal. It turns out when Cogmore goes immortal, the enemy team does not stick around for very long.
I think the single best Senna pairing, and it's a really awkward one because supports don't play it, and most ADCs don't play it. I'll talk about this a lot. Neela Senna, phenomenal. And if we see it at any point, the pairing of the two it has very, very few truly bad matchups.
We do have the draft ready, so we're going to get that up just now, and we'll see. I imagine might not be the Neela Senna, but who knows what
Perhaps
Vertex
not.
has cooking. To be honest, as we're into the draft, the Karthus and the Braum already taken away by Ruddy. The Yone removed by Vertex. Obviously, Ketsuo in that mid lane, obviously an aficionado. And to be honest, I would now not be surprised to see it coming out of Akers, given the carry tendencies that you mentioned earlier, Evie, coming out of that top lane. So we'll see what the direction that Ruddy wants to take is this. We mentioned this is a time for Vertex to try something. To be honest, every single game seems like a game where Ruddy could try something, and especially into Vertex, they might just whip something crazy out,
Yeah, it's one of those where you can say, well, we kind of expect to win this, so let's show off a bit. It's certainly one of those occasions. So we see Braum and Poppy removed already, so I'm kind of leaning towards expecting this to be some pretty hard engage. Just really forcing the issue early game and saying, well, you can't stop us. We're taking away your disengage potential. So, I don't know. You could just also lean into like a Rel. Nothing crazy on that front.
Misfortune Rel. Blue 2-3 is very likely from Ruddy. They want to push the button Fortune from level 2 or 3 in lane and wants to get those love taps in. I think they'll play fast and fierce with this.
3 mid bans.
The idea that Jamsu would pick Rel when Nautilus is open is truly fascinating to me. The idea if the Nautilus is open and Jamsu's not going to take it, I don't know what region you've been watching, mate, but it's not this one. Because
It's very
that
fair.
guy refuses to care about what better engages
He's
enough
just
to
under
on the
this anchor.
pitch. He really is. He's now
Oh.
bad for the Nautilus. Oh, we're back to a classic, the
Back
Jin
to
V1.
Jin. I love it. I
Good.
love
All right,
it.
Vertex, have you got the Ash lock in? Is
Ash
it there?
time? Yeah.
Ash
I mean,
time, it's
what-
potential Kai'Sa time. You know, it's a decent matchup for Twitch.
You
It
know,
is.
just take it away from Sin. Teach him a
Yeah.
little thing
Like-
about it.
Big
I'm
denial
the
pick.
rat today.
I can't
I-
believe
I-
they've convinced Sin to play Jin. Honestly, I think
There's
that's
a big
like
there's a big pause here. I'm not really sure Vertex weren't
Oh.
expecting that. Ezreal is yeah, this feels
individually
pretty
into
right.
Jin. It's like, you know, it's fine in the lane. It's a decent matchup into Jin as a 1v1 or even a 2v2 like the Ezreal, but it's not like
Later on, you don't get that skill expression.
Yeah.
no,
that Ezreal
you
really
don't get
wants
the
to do.
chance. It's good in solo queue for that reason because you can win lane with it and it doesn't matter after that point. But it's not so hot, perhaps. Oh, surely, okay. We got it done. You manifested it. You manifested the
It's
Heimerdinger.
happening.
A Syndra setup ban into the Heimerdinger. This is
Yeah.
what we wanted to see from
We're
Vertex.
trying stuff. Okay, good. So we're assuming this to go mid lane for Faulty, right? As a Faulty
I
option.
would. I mean, there's a world
Yeah.
where it goes support, you know. It's actually Ezreal Heimerdinger,
Ezreal
a
Heimer.
relatively good lane, but I think
Yeah.
Faulty would probably be screaming and crying in chat if that were to happen. So
Yeah.
I think the
They're getting
Aurelion
stopped away
Soul
from-
probably to farm up off the turrets here. You
Yeah.
know, Orianna outranging won't be happening anymore. It's pretty reasonable. Heimerdinger
Okay.
into Jin in bot lane, the barrel special, is pretty decent. 'Cause by the time he's committed 2 auto attacks to clear those turrets, he's only got 2
Yeah,
left.
He can't
Like-
hit any champions. He's got nothing
it's
left.
a tricky one because, you know, your mid laner is a real Heimerdinger aficionado, but it's so much better bot lane here.
It's nuts. I think Nocturne into Heimerdinger as well. Not something that Nocturne tends to enjoy. Your spell shield gets picked off by the W or the Q as you come in, and then the grenade tends to land unless you're really playing those mind games. That's a tough choice.
I'm expecting a Camille ban out of Vertex here. I don't think you want to play against Camille Nocturne in a side lane. As for Jarvan, we'll round out the first half of our picks. It's just another very high
Nice.
priority jungler.
Puts a
Nocturne's fairly
lot
good
of
at skirmish
threat onto
with him.
Jin.
It does. Jin is in a pretty difficult spot here. So low mobility and so much that can nuke him off the face of the earth immediately. But I'd need to see a little bit more in the way of follow-up here, just for this Jarvan, because right now he's kind of going alone into the back line, which
Yeah.
is not ideal. But the same could be said of Nocturne, of course. Both sides kind of want dive follow-up now.
I was waiting to see a Zyra ban come through. I know she's more of a jungler these days, despite best intentions of the balance team, but she goes so hard for either team here. The dive, you're right, the committal forwards is essential.
Just drop a quick Galio for Vertex. Just
It would go
hard
quite
camp mid
hard.
lane. and then just commit always. So Heimerdinger, you can deal with it. This is your problem. This is your favorite pick. You can have fun. As it's support focus out of Vertex instead. So we're taking away engages, but we're almost forcing him onto Nautilus at this point. It's kind of ridiculous. But the focus on Ruddy instead being that top lane, and it's all tank focus. So they are trying to split off some of the follow up on the extra engage.
All right, who's gonna lock Camille first? That's the question.
See, I would suggest that Camille is probably one of the better picks here, but I don't know that Sharpie is the most comfortable on Camille, especially not compared to facing across from Akers, who's, you know, will likely just pick a Jax into you and say, okay, well, throw down a gauntlet, let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
not to like
Oh,
completely.
denial pick!
Oh, the
yes!
denial!
Jamsu
Jamsu can't
must-
play.
Jamsu
He
in the
can't
mud.
play.
How
He's
can win?
absolutely in the mud. He's got nothing left. He took his one champion. Maybe it's maybe a shifty Rakan. Perhaps that's the only
The
option
rel
left.
is
Maybe
still
I'll-
open.
I'll keep it
Jin
above
Rel-
you. This is
you can
an
say
absurd Tarek game, by
you
the
can
way.
say rel as many times as you
Ooh.
want, but he's not gonna play it. mate.
Tarek slams.
Oh.
He's right. He's done it.
There we
Okay, they're
go.
watching the stream. They're watching the stream. They're watching the stream
Cheers.
for sure. He's never heard of that chant before until just now. Okay, it looks like the Akers might be relegated away onto tank-esque, and the Cassante is there. The Camille forgotten by the wayside, ignored,
Might just want the
abandoned.
1v1 challenge.
I mean, Camille's a very good R5 here as well, right? Like Camille and Cassante, typically a pretty good
Yeah,
matchup.
people-
Two items
Yeah.
forwards that Cassante suffers.
It's a confidence check now, right? Like it's
I
Ruddy
want-
saying, okay,
yeah.
we'll take this.
I wonder if this is
Carry it,
Aka's
yeah.
just saying, "Come at me, bro, fight me." I don't respect it.
And not to drop Eevee in it, but you did describe Sharpie in the notes as a platinum super soldier, so I don't know how much confidence
Garen!
anyone has. And it's the Garen instead into Cassante. I don't think that wins. But
Garen
I-
takes him to task. It's hard
Yeah.
for
Does?
Cassante to keep up on pace
Okay.
throughout the game.
Yeah. So level 6, around that time, Cassante can still scrap with Garen a bit, but level 11 and level 16 spikes in terms of the ult execute threshold for Garen mean
It's
by the
just
time
ulting
Garen
means
hits
death, I guess.
16, if Cassante all outs, ult kills him immediately.
That's fair. That is fair. Okay, so we've got anti-Cassante technology from Sharpie in the top side. Do we feel comfortable with the Jarvan now? Because we wanted some follow-up. We've got a Nautilus and a Garen. Are we comfortable with that? Or would we like something else? Obviously, the Camille now, not an option.
As long as Ezreal and Heimerdinger don't get suppressed too hard, there is decent follow-up for Jarvan in multiple forms. You got nice setup for the grenade, rockets, and Ezreal to fire through with minimum contest. So flash forward from Rel might be required. Aurelion Sol won't have super free firing position. So I'm on board with what Team Vertex have done here. There are conditions. If that Garen gets broken, oh my, that's gonna go bad.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
one of the main things here is Garen on Garen on the R5, right? Nocturne very good at punishing champions in side lane, especially champions that have barely seen a rework in their continued existence from the beta of League of Legends' launch.
Yes. Wonderful fun fact offered by production there that every champ on red side is over 12 years old. And
We've heard
only
of
one
200
them-
years. What about 60 years in a pension, huh? What about 60
Exactly.
years?
They have reached deep into the past, into the dark technology, to try and take down Ruddy, who are now playing normal good champs like Cassante and Rel. So it's crazy that the pivot that we've seen on both sides here. For Ruddy, we've got Jinrel on one side, we've got the Sin Jin, which is not something we see often. Akers, Cassante, we're obviously confident in. The Aurelion Sol mid with the Nocturne, like, how are we feeling about this Aurelion Sol just kind of plopped in the middle here? Is it just expected to get sort of shoved around, or are we free scaling
The
off Heimer's
only
turrets?
champion that moves on anything before level 6 here is Jarvan. The two mids don't want to participate. No thank you, leave me to it. Nocturne and Jarvan are going to let go by ships in the night if Nocturne gets his way. He just wants to, cycle through the jungle, get to level 6, be a bit better. We'll see if Vertex do manage to make the most of that. We'll see if Heyo can get in there, because it should be uncontested.
The concern for me,
Nicholas?
right, is Heimerdinger is the singular AP threat on the side of Team Vertex. And when I think of champions that deal well with being single AP threats, ASOL is pretty high at the list. ASOL is almost always happy being sole AP, whereas Heimerdinger exists almost exclusively as a I will always have prio for my entire laning phase. And then after that, it's like, well, I'm present still. If you commit
Yeah.
into me, I'll drop a tower. Otherwise,
Yeah, how
I'm
much
kinda
value do
wa-
you get out of those rockets in neutral is sometimes it's incredible and sometimes it's just like,
Yeah.
you shouldn't have relied on this.
Yeah, it becomes an issue, right? Because Ruddy can more or less just stack full armor. If Heimerdinger isn't playing with a lead, Cassante will be nigh on unkillable in this game, apart from by Garen in the side lane. So it's very
Yeah.
conditional where Vertex's composition functions here.
Do we not have, does Heimerdinger not have a tank killing angle with Leandrises and Blackfires and things?
We're probably
if
going to see
we
Leandri
itemize
Zonya's,
entirely into it.
It just takes a while.
it'll contribute. It's not going to be nuts though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then that if you opt for that, then the rockets aren't going to sting in the same way that you maybe
No.
want them to onto onto an ASOL that's been Nautilus hooked or something like this. It feels like you've got to kind of pick one that you're able to try and deal with, and you maybe can't deal with the other so well.
Like, Heimerdinger is very good at being committed into. So, by rights, right, playing against Nocturne, Rel, Cassante here, Heimerdinger should be having a pretty good time. The issue is, Nocturne's also very good at committing to the opposite side of a fight as to where Heimerdinger is set up. It's not like Heimerdinger is very good at controlling a large space. He's just very good at controlling completely a small
His own
space.
space.
Yeah.
Okay, so I imagine we're still generally favoring Ruddy here. Of course, the results would have us expect it, but the draft has given us some pause. Vertex has tried some stuff. We've got the Heimerdinger manifested by Pivotless here for your viewing pleasure, and now it is time for our casters to take it over again and try and unravel this second inexplicable game. Back over to Dubby and Rob. Take it away.
Thank you, Trajan. Let's wave again, Rob, just like before. Right? Hi, guys. We're here.
Hello, we're back.
No,
We're
I'm
here.
very excited to be for this one. I mean, I'm loving this comps already. This, last game we said we had a bit of a snoozer game. This one
Should be exciting.
should be exciting, right?
Yeah. Okay. As for starters, I'm going to say that Ruddy are a phenomenal team with Errol in mid lane. Absolutely ridiculous. So I'm going to just say that I obviously have Ruddy to win. However, you can't. No one could see me. I was muted obviously while they were on there. I was begging for them to pick Garen on R5 here, because if there's one pick that they have a chance, in my opinion, up to this point, the draft from Ruddy was really, really solid. They've got obviously a tank top laner, they've got everything on board there, and they've got the ability to play crazy team fights with like Asol, Jhin, and things like this. The only thing that really throws a spanner in the works is if you can just instantly kill one of the members of Ruddy. You just get rid of the Asol. Errol doesn't matter if he played in the EMEA Masters, he's going to the grave like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. He's dead. So the Garen is the pick here that you have to be watching. I'm not a fan of him taking Conqueror. I think Phase Rush would have given him a lot more pressure to stick onto the Asol and the Jhin. But if there's one thing I want to watch this game coming out of Vertex, it's Sharpie in the top lane. Didn't play their first 2 games. He's come back in as their starter. He's going to have a great game on this Garen, because that is the one win con. Des touched on it a lot. This Heimerdinger not going to offer much in these team fights. How do they get through the Cassante? All of these questions. Watch Sharpie, watch the Garen. Let's see if he can make it happen against the best team in the league.
Yeah, I definitely had the pleasure of watching a lot of Vertex play last split when they made their own little miracle run through the Div 1 into where they are now. And now, this is something I was thinking about in the game. Surely Aurelion Sol, great counterpick because he allows
Jamsu.
extra stacking on there. But meanwhile, I don't know what Jamsu was thinking there. Stepped forward there onto Faulty, did not realize the rest of Vertex was there. And with that, bit of a mistake, as I mean, we see Heimerdinger dancing over there already too. Look at this guy.
We've discovered his Faulty's technique on playing Quinn, and especially the Heimerdinger. It's mind control. Jamsu just sees the Heimerdinger, can't resist jumping into him, not even knowing, has no idea. Is there any members of Vertex in the bush? Who knows? Maybe this Heimerdinger is just really aggressive. Let's deny his turrets. Gets punished straight away. It does go onto the Jarvan, which, yes, he's going to be the main threat onto the Jhin in these team fights, but it's not necessarily the target you really want it to go over to. You'd rather get the Ezreal accelerated or the Garen accelerated, but still, a little bit of a lead for Vertex early on, courtesy of someone playing into his OTP and not respecting that hook re-engage.
Definitely. And I mean, honestly, when it comes to first blood gold, like, junglers can... Ooh, hook goes wide. Let's pretend we didn't see that one. But it doesn't look too bad, especially we'll see if Jarvan can get a reset and get some kind of advantage off with that. But we'll have to wait. I mean, they won't be able to buy anything just yet, as both junglers are now clearing down. Second hook will connect as Jamsu jumping in. They will be trading. Level 2 going down to Vertex first, as they are able to trade back nicely. Sin forced to use the barrier as Ignite is used. I mean, both barriers being popped here. But already some aggression in the bot lane compared to last game where we had nothing. This is some content right here. I hope you're ready for it, because I am.
We finally get to cast some League of Legends as opposed to Idol Simulator, where everyone's standing around pushing out waves. But look at you've seen the fight in the top as well here. Cassante, they were saying, and it stands true, that he's able to fight a little bit early on, but then as the game goes on, Garen makes it harder and harder for Cassante to really make anything happen. Interesting to see he's got the TP on the Garen. Often you would see maybe the Ghost or the Ignite coming through, then going like a Nimbus Cloak, and then able to run you down the lane. Not going to happen. Maybe a bit more worried about wave states and being able to join team fights, which honestly I don't think he should be, but still going for that TP, so kill threat is a lot lower now in this lane as he's stepping back up onto the wave. Cassante still does damage early. This isn't a counter matchup in its entirety of the laning phase. He's got to be careful. Just takes a damage for his troubles. But look at mid. We're saying Perba Prio, this is what Heimerdinger does. Asol, however, into it. Might be able to farm on those turrets, but I'm imagining Faulty. He's got a lot of experience on this Heimer pick. he's going to be able to get those nades onto Errol and maybe make it a bit harder because, yes, he may have played at some of the highest competition in the NLC, but how many times has Errol faced a Heimerdinger mid lane? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger is the kind of champion that can just really catch you off guard. I mean, I'm looking for it and I'm expecting it, and I've seen it before in past games with Ulti's Heimerdinger, of just stacking a lot of towers in a single bush, and then you just face check it, bomb connects, rockets hit you afterwards, and you're just gone. So Heimerdinger, you just have to play it a bit more respect, and with that, like, it's gonna be fun to see. But currently, always pushing into Radiant Soul might benefit him because that will allow him to freely stack away that passive, and the more stacks they get, Radiant Soul will have an easier time getting more and bring more damage. So, you know, you don't exactly want to push him in for free the whole time, but if you can keep him in check and keep him where he needs to be, that definitely won't be bad. Now, Akers has recalled and TP'd back here, bringing that full health bar, and you know what? K'Sante looking very strong, always. But with this grasp, he's just easily trading back into Garen. So I think if you're Garen, you might want to wait till you're level 6 and use your ultimate to really bring that kind of balance in the 1v1.
Yeah, and again, without those combat summons, it is harder here for the Garen, so he has to be a little bit wary of the fact that Akers is going to be a little bit in the lead. Look at the damage that already comes through early on. I mean, the K'Sante, he will still struggle, hopefully, later in this game. If he's able to freely play here, Akers, I think it might end up being that he's just a bit too good as a player rather than the champion, because Heimerdinger, you've got the Nautilus CC, you've then also got the Garen, but we've seen Engage in bot lane, and that's a dead Nautilus. That lead.
Yeah.
I mean, early on, it's gone over to Sin, this kill. You don't want Jhin having the kills at this point, because if you're Jarvan, you want to jump in and kill him. You don't want him killing you.
Definitely. I mean, Jhin with the Dark Harvest as well. Any kind of moment they can take to get these free stacks, they'll definitely be happy. And there's no freer stack than a kill.
No.
As we do see them moving down for a nice dive. Nocturne is there to help out. All they need to do is read the tower. Jamsu staying a bit too long will go down. Nice dodge right there will mean that they will not die, as they actually managed to go 1-for-1 after a bit of a impatient dive. You know, I think if Jamsu might have just waited. I mean, Nocturne was halfway there. They could have waited, but they didn't. That does mean that Nectarios will pick over a free kill, making it 1-2 with a slight lead towards Vertex, which is something, you know, might be nice to see.
Couple of blunders early on here from Ruddy. You know, you saw that, obviously, the first blood going over in mid lane when it's just a bit of not respecting the fact that people might be there to back up their mid laner. And then here, that dive. You do have to wait a little bit longer, Jamsu. You can't just be jumping on top of... Yes, you managed to hit 2 people. You managed to obviously pick up the Nautilus, but... not on the Nautilus, on the dive. You try and go for the dive, sorry, on the Ezreal. But so I got confused already. You already picked up the Nautilus kill. I'm going insane. But the fact that he tried to do that onto someone with barrier, didn't then try and break the barrier, didn't have that Q to break it, and then you've gone too early. It means that you're giving a lot of power over to the fact that now Ezreal gets the reset, gets bot lane, they get the dragon. There isn't going to be any grubs in response because obviously your Nocturne was coming to do the dive and now can't get the dragon and now has to go with his tail between his legs up to top side, which it could be contested here. Maybe unlikely, but possible if the Jarvan runs up there now, because you still have this ultimate on the Garen who could just instantly kill someone and make any 2v2 into a 2v1, but just fights everywhere across the map a little bit. Nocturne going to be able to get these grubs. In the end, the game state not really favouring either team. Yes, that kill goes over on the failed dive, but Ruddy are answering right back here. You know, they're getting these grubs and they're feeling pretty solid, and their team fight late game is so strong. ASOL is going to be very, very hard to deal with as it goes on, unless you've got that Garen ult landing on his head. This Star Dragon could absolutely melt through everyone on Vertex.
For sure, and I'm hoping that this game will see, you know, a slightly better use of the grubs. You know, we saw last game a team secured all 6, but couldn't exactly get the push to take full advantage of them. But maybe Ruddy will have a better chance with that. I mean, especially with the Radiant Soul, they will want to clear their waves and push them Vertex back. So with that, there might be an advantage. We'll have to wait and see. As currently, no objectives on the map. I don't think we'll see anything too exciting. However, Nocturne does have 6, and we might see some aggression onto Sharpie here, because Akers is the chasing down. There we go. As I thought, flash from Sharpie will not connect as the knockup won't go through, and they won't get more. Flash for flash for flash. 3 flashes. Meanwhile, Harry Carry here. They might look for more. Dragon Drag won't connect through the spell shield, but the Cataclysm won't get it all. And Sharpie will get the kill. Nice try from Ruddy to get the kill there. But you know what? Harry Carry, right place, right time. Excellently played.
Answering that gank going really, really well. And you just see there immediately, if there had been a 2v2 and Harry Carey been there a little bit earlier, that could have ended up being an even bigger disaster for Ruddy, because
Yeah.
the Garen instantly removes one person from the field, right? That's just deletes that Nocturne, really, with the ultimate. It was already pretty low anyway, maybe not even needed to use it, but just secured the kill for himself. But you can kind of see the power that this 2v2, at least top, and especially this Garen pick will have in this game, of being able to break that kind of team fight comp that you're seeing for Ruddy apart by maybe getting that first pick. So again, keep watching Sharpie, keep watching to see where that justice is delivered onto the side of Ruddy. But overall, that's a great response from Harry Carey on Vertex. This is a team that I think many people discounted coming into the season. I think there's a few teams, new teams, new players, but particularly Vertex coming from Div 2 being the last seed coming up from Div 2. That they've been maybe underrated, maybe rated fairly. A lot of people put them, I think, close to the bottom of their tier lists, and they're able to at least fight here in the early game. Yes, it might be off the back of a few mistakes already, but if they're going to give them to you, you got to take them.
Definitely. I mean, if you look over that,
Jamsu?
clips already completed for Harry Carey. Jamsu will have to flash. Oh, nice! Catch from Kachi will buy enough time to get the kill, as Jamsu is not having a good game right now, as they died 3 times. I mean, Dragon not up for 2 minutes, so there's nothing much more to gain besides maybe some pressure to the bot side. But this is just, Vertex is showing that they have, they want to play this. And going off what you're saying with tier lists, I'm pretty sure every time we see in most of the tier lists I saw Vertex at the bottom with Ruddy at the top, this could be a huge upset in the grand scheme of things. But they got to win first.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing them at least take a fight, which is always respectable when you are obviously what many people view as the 10th to the 1st. But look at this fight here. The Nocturne's already here to try and make this happen, but Harry Carey's responding.
Yeah, Harry Carey there in time. Cataclysm onto 2, and Ezreal will be able to get the ult with the True Shot Barrage. Sin forced to flash out. Jamsu, what are you doing? You cannot engage into 3. Sure, Victorious is quite low,
Sin.
but Harry Carey will flag and drag onto Sin. Barrier being used. Force shot will come out, but it won't be enough. As Jamsu, you just baited in the rest of your team to die. What is this guy doing?
That's unbelievable disrespect from Jamsu.
Yeah.
Unbelievable disrespect coming out from the support of Ruddy. Right, so far, Harry Carey has kind of read Crisis like a book. He's been at both of those ganks now and picked up a couple kills for his team. And then then Jamsu re-engaging. Crazy. This could be an upset. It's 1-7. We do obviously, I do have a favoring of Ruddy's roster, or a favoring of especially of their team comp maybe getting into the late game. The ASOL is still scaling. However, if you're going to make these mistakes, 3 kills now onto the AD carry of Vertex, Nectarios. You're seeing 3 kills and 3 assists involved in 6 out of the 7 kills here, Harry Carey. This is a little bit worried here for Ruddy. They need to not make too many more mistakes, because they could run away with this game, Vertex, at this point. And what an upset that would be.
I mean, we're getting fights topside here, as
Sharpie
was the target for topside. Akker's using the ultimate. They will get a kill. Jarvan has taken 1 grub and will leave that. I mean, I don't think they can go for more, but getting that 1 grub will at least deny the 6. But it does allow Ruddy to get 5, but 5 grubs doesn't necessarily mean anything unless you can get pressure onto the tower. So we'll see if Akkers can move back to this top side of the map using the moment while Sharpie is dead without TP. Actually just TP'd in the top lane. But I like this from Harry Carey. Starting up the dragon with the damage from Nectarius as well will give them a 2 dragon lead.
I'll have to see what soul they end up rolling here, because if it is something like Infernal or Mountain, it's Infernal. That's kind of the exact dragon they really want. They're going to need that extra damage to be able to get through Akkers. So it's looking good so far for Vertex. They may get out the kill on Sharpie, and I do have a little concern, and this is coming from being in teams' voice comms. When you're in the lead against a team that you don't expect to be winning against, and you make that first mistake, well, let's be real, the very first mistake really is Sharpie dying on top side, and when his jungler's doing grubs, that can sometimes lead you to be playing a bit too scared and then giving an inverted commas better team a way back into it. So let's hope that Vertex don't get too disarmed on losing at Sharpie top, because you've still got this Garen, but they seem to at least be responding. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I've seen it a couple times on some teams that fall apart after they play an amazing early game. I believe you saw it in the Sunshine Showdown. Quite a few times where certain teams would get leads and then maybe throw them against a team that they felt they maybe were weaker than. So hopefully Vertex can continue this steamroll going, because at the moment mid has been neutralized. The strongest member, many people would not really argue with me here, Errol is the strongest member of Ruddy. He's just having an even lane against this Heimerdinger, which is kind of to be expected. But the side lanes of Ruddy are really struggling. Akkers, yes, he's 1-0-1, but I can promise you this is gonna be hard once it gets to level 11 on this Garen. This Cassante cannot keep fighting him. And so it's just a champion diff at that point. Let's hope Vertex can use that champion diff and the gold that they've managed to accrue, their 2,000 gold in the lead, to actually make some more plays happen. Catch Jamsu again, who seems to be having a difficult game. Punish Crisis a couple times with a few counter ganks, because those are the inroads I'm seeing here. If you get a very fed Ezreal, if you end up getting a fed Jarvan, you might just be able to outstat them, Ruddy, and pick up the win in a massive upset.
Right here. Looks like we're getting another 3v3 bot lane as Harry Carry will get a nice double
TP.
flag and drag. Ezreal will pick
my
on the 2 and huge damage as Sin is locked in there and can't get out. Akers with the TP advantage will get in there first. Harry Carry flashing over the wrong side of the wall as Akers teleports them, but Nectaria is actually barely managing to escape. Huge ultimate from Errol will not burn them down quite enough as they don't have any extra burn items, and it's a triple kill for Faulty. What is Vertex doing here? They are tearing Ruddy apart. They had a member's disadvantage. Look at Sharpie on the top line. That guy was on his own, and what? Kachi just killed. What just happened in this game? Ace for Vertex.
Raise your dongers. I mean, this is a statement game for Vertex. They had their subs playing the last time. Maybe this main roster, they're looking so strong. They are right there. They pull the trigger. They see 3 versus 3. They maybe don't respect the TP as much as they could, but they still go. They managed to pick up that first kill. I believe it was onto Sin, but Nectarios gets caught up by Akers. Manages to flash over the wall. The ult from Errol misses everyone. It wasn't a Sky's Ascend, it was whatever the less powerful Aurelion Sol ultimate's called. That just missed everyone. It was in a spot where no one was. They tried to catch Netarios. He flashed over the wall before it could even land, and that just means the Ezreal was still putting out that damage. What an incredible team fight. I was sure that Harry Carry would fall as well. He got absolutely knocked up, run around there in that fight, flashes out as well. So no kills going over the side of Ruddy, and 5 going over the side of Vertex. A falling star. I did not know the name of that. I only know Sky's Descent. This is looking incredible here. They're now picking up the Herald. They're accelerating this game here, Vertex. I mean, as long as they keep on track like this and they're able to bring the numbers, bring the pain to the side of Ruddy, this will be an upset. Faulty's got to be careful though. He's being caught out.
Yeah, Faulty stepping into their own jungle, maybe a bit too far.
Flash.
You will see Jin ultimate, 2 missing, third one will connect. I mean, that's 4 members strong, but Jamzu actually dropping quite low to the tower there. But all things considered, I mean, they had to send 4 members to catch Faulty out of position.
They have Herald.
Herald will connect mid lane exactly, and they do get a tower. Sharpie on their own top side as well will be able to push down that side as well. Sure, Sin is bot side. They are trading towers back, but overall, I think Vertex is happy to, sacrifice the Donger and in return trade back the 2 towers mid.
This is a really good trade here for Vertex. Yes, you end up losing Heimerdinger on the bot side of the map, but getting these 2 mid turrets does mean that when you're playing stuff, you've obviously got Nautilus and you've got Jarvan. Those are your 2 ways of picking up members. Yes, there could be a Garen flank, but realistically, it's Nautilus or Jarvan. A long lane in mid lane means Jin can't step up anywhere as far as he wants to. You've managed to take both those turrets. Jin has to be permanently aware of where Jarvan is, where Nautilus is, because immediately they could collapse upon him. And you don't really want to be assigning both Jin and Asol to your mid lane here. You don't want to be able to... You want Asol to get those stacks, and you need Jin to get the farm. And running around as a 4 means that even if you get a pick onto Faulty, if they manage to make a play again onto someone else, or onto another lane, for example, here, Vertex, you end up actually in a deficit of XP and gold, as this dragon has spawned. Vertex are here. Let's see if they can make this happen, because 3rd dragon, soul point for them, would mean Ruddy would have to fight in 5 minutes' time if this dragon is taken. And I don't know if Ruddy are going to be strong enough against how much gold the Vertex has in their back pocket at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger thing is I don't think they can contest as well, because Errol on the Aurelion Sol, they don't even have the empowered ultimate for this fight, and that is such a key tool in this champion to make him just that bit stronger, as they will just have to wait back. I mean, TP coming through. Okay,
Faulty is so dead.
Yeah, Faulty not looking like in a good spot, as they will use 1, 2, 3 ultimates for him. And with that, they might look for more, as Akers has.
Nectarios has to be careful.
Nectarios should be able to shift out of that. Will wait. Actually, nice flash forward from Jamsu. Will stun them up, and Nectarios will go down as Vertex stay a bit too long. With that, giving over 3 deaths. I think 1 was already unnecessarily enough, but they might look for the 4th. Cataclysm will be used to try and buy some tower. Tower still alive. Flag and drag being used to escape, as now Jin will try to use the shots to take down Harry Carry. But no, Dodgems go strong. and Sharpie getting a tower. So they get the dragon, they get a tower, but they did give over some, unnecessary deaths. So we'll have to see if Ruddy can use that gold and shutdowns to bounce them back into this game.
Little bit of a gold advantage off those plays with Ruddy. However, answering back with that top tier 2 does mean that Vertex get a little bit more into their back pocket. That's a tiny concern, because the fact is you had the dragon. Faulty kind of didn't respect the fact that 4 members would collapse on it. It is a Nocturne. We said on the analyst desk they said Nocturne very good at collapsing on sides. Onto a Heimerdinger, he doesn't want to fly in, but he's still going to have to get that fear off and cause a lot of pain for this Heimer, who's not building towards a Zhonya's yet, so will die in those scenarios. And then you sort of see the TP, and instead of exiting back up through mid and going, my Heimerdinger's dead, I'm just gonna let him die. They try and answer it. They try and make a play, maybe deny Akers, maybe try and kill that Kazante. Doesn't happen. They give 2 more members over, and little bit of a worry, because I do think when you're playing against a team like Ruddy, who does have the experience, has been behind in games before, knows what they're doing. That's when you need to be playing your crispest, your cleanest league. Because if you don't play that kind of style of league, that's where these individual mechanical outplays come through, where you see, Akers has such a history on this champion, Kazante. He's so good at it. He will be able to pick off your Ezreal. He'll be able to pick off maybe your Java, maybe deny that person from entering the fight. So you need to be able to play these team fights a lot cleaner. And saying that, Vertex are on 3 dragons. Soul is going to be up in 3 minutes' time. 23 minutes. Can Ruddy fight? They are 4k gold behind. ASOL only 2 items. Jhin does have the IE finished, but the gold on the side of Vertex is so strong. Baron may be spawning, but Dragon is what we need to look at.
Definitely. And
Kachi?
Kachi will force to flash, doesn't actually connect the hook, and with that, I think they're going to go down. But that's not the worst death timing wise, unless Ruddy can try and convert a Baron. But Sharpie, meanwhile, this guy hasn't used his teleport to join the team once all game. This guy is just keeping absolute pressure in the side lane with the 2 items as well. Phantom Dancer and Stridebreaker just giving him so much pressure and move speed to move around this map. So yes, they did get a nice pick, but timing isn't in their favor. If that happened 2 minutes later, then it's very good. Then they can pick up the dragon. But I can also imagine that Kachi won't step up that far in that moment. So, good reality check. Take the death, take a breather. And with that, allow Ezreal to also stack up their mana immune and get ready for that dragon. Ooh, hello.
Yeah, right now, we also need to see this Ezreal start working his way towards some more armor pen. There's a discussion whether Serelda's is actually good. Is it better to go Shojin? I think in this game, I do think you're going to have to get some percentage armor pen pretty soon. Getting that Shojin third might make Akers pretty much unkillable maybe in these team fights. We haven't seen that Leandri's be finished yet by that Heimerdinger. Does have those 2 items, that Rylaze, which is so crucial to Heimerdinger's success as a champion, slowing down team fights, making it harder to leave him in those small spaces. So I want to be seeing, this Ezreal get another item online before they fight. Going to be hard for a minute in a dragon, but they need to really get these items online as soon as possible. The gold lead, however, look at Sin quietly, 5 kills. He's 1,000 gold or 900 gold ahead of his counterpart. But look elsewhere on the map here. Look at the gold difference in jungle, almost 3k. That's insane against Christus, who many people have up there in the sort of upper echelon of the UKL junglers. Harry Carey is really taking it to him this game.
Harry Carey in the early game just did an excellent job of counter ganking every single opportunity they got. And with that, they did build up their lead. So no surprise there that he has such a big gold lead. Now, look at this. This is okay.
20-minute burn!
This is what you see with a Heimerdinger. It will get pinged out, so they won't be able to sneak that away for free. But you know what? That's good I like that from Vertex, because it keeps Ruddy on their toes. It means that, hey, you got to stay awake and be ready for these kind of moments. A Sharpie will steal away that tower. Vertex can now move down to this dragon. But you gotta be careful. This is what I said. Last fight, Errol didn't have the empowered ultimate. Now they do. So this Aurelion Soul ulti will hit hard. Akers, however, will use the Unstoppable to dodge the flag and drag. However, 5 members strong. He's just dead. Nocturne used the ultimate as well, so that is gone. It is a 4v5 and 1 ultimate down. This is going to have to be an absolute miracle performance from Ruddy here to try and catch them out as...
Watch the sky, Asa, watch the skies descend. This has got to be a massive ultimate from Errol, a massive ultimate from Jamsu.
There we go, he's dropped it. It will only connect onto 3, but Nectaria is dropping very, very low. And then you look at this nice peel from Harry Carey. Will buy enough time for Ezreal to live. Harry Carey will then take down the Nocturne. Sharpie will go down to a first shot from Sin. But Sin, last member strong. Dragon taken down. Infernal Drake and Soul secured for Vertex as they are moving towards the Baron. TP being used actually here to maybe catch off Errol. I mean, Errol's got to run somewhere. There we go. TP coming through from Akers though in the meanwhile. This fight's still going on. Jhin using the ultimate from the distance will chunk them down. Akers now in a 1v4 situation will pull Fulty very far away. However, we'll be able to flash out of that one. And I think Akers, you tried nicely. Oh, but didn't quite have enough damage. But importantly, I think that's denied a Baron take from Vertex. And they'll be forced to reset its as Errol. TP's out of that one? Okay.
My lord. But Vertex.
Break that down for us, man.
That was... They pull back, they keep Ezreal alive. A lot of teams end up playing forward there. They do not. They don't care about the Jhin. They don't care about the Asol. They peel back on their carries. They keep them alive. Then they go for the play on top side. I'm a little bit questioning on whether they could have killed Errol, but Ruddy flustered, it looks like. Absolutely flustered by the fact they go for that plan to Errol. You see the TP from Akers, the ult from Sin. Akers gives his life. That's not worth. You've given both your TPs now. There's still a TP on Sharpie if he wants to join a fight, by the way, for this Baron. So he can push out bot lane and join them however he wants. But you gave a TP and Akers his life, and then Errol has to burn his TP to get out. Just let the dragon die. Because Akers is not going to be back up. Now you've burnt those TPs. You're then going to have the issue of, well, Sharpie pushes. K'Sante can't answer, because if he does now, they can look towards the Baron with the Heimerdinger damage. Mm-hmm. Really, really great play here from Vertex. Really impressed. I was a bit worried after that. The sort of failings around that third dragon, they might get a bit flustered. Ooh. They have not shown that at all. And if anything, Ruddy, despite getting the team fight combo they wanted, they got the Jamsu ultimate. They managed to get the Skies Ascend. Errol's got to be careful. No TP to get out this time. That dragon is to run him around the jungle here, but got to be careful. Sharpie on the other side. I think he can kill Akers here, by the way, with Demacian Justice. Just to put that out there, I think this Garen is strong enough at this point to actually 1v1 this K'Sante.
Yeah, Errol here was forced to fly into the jungle from Vertex, as Harry Carey will try to connect on that. Meanwhile, Sin doing a nice job to take down that tower. We'll have to see if they look for more. Sharpie has now shown up. Oh my gosh, that was so close. There we go. Flash Cataclysm will connect onto 2.
Kill Errol.
Will get killed, and they will change their sights back. I mean, Nocturne already died. Jamzu is the next target. Meanwhile, Akers and Sin, last members alive. Flag and Drag will connect onto Akers. I think Akers can try and use the ultimate to buy some time. Meanwhile, Jhin just chilling in a bush, firing off his ultimate. Won't connect on anyone there. And the rest of Vertex is looking for the base, as this could be Vertex's moment to get a win in a big, huge upset against Ruddy. I mean, this is insane. There we go. Akers going down. Sin last one standing.
It's week 2, and this is probably the biggest upset of the entire season already. Yes. Because Sin falling there, that signals the death knell. That's Ruddy gone. Ruddy was it now dropping a game to Vertex, a team many people had discounted. Many people said, are they going to be able to do it? Ruddy upgrading their roster, you say this split, with Errol coming in, didn't matter to Vertex. They took the lead. They maybe off the back of a few mistakes from Ruddy, but they took those mistakes and they rolled with them. And let's be real, there was one misplay, in my opinion, this game. Yeah. From the entirety of Vertex, which was that play around after Third Dragon. Besides that,
flawless.
It was almost flawless, really. Yeah. Let's be completely honest. It was almost flawless coming out from Vertex. What a statement game this week. They didn't look great against Nuclear Vikings, but they looked excellent today.
Yeah. No, this is the Vertex I saw. I mean, Vertex, when I first was watching them, they didn't look that confident. But when everything matters, when they play against these high-stakes teams, they turn up. I've seen these players play together, and this is exactly what I was expecting from them, and it was just great to see them pull off this upset. I mean, if anything, they're going to be fueled by all those tier lists that put them low down, that say they don't looking that great. I mean, this is just what you want to see from a lower underdog team. So absolutely fantastically. Also, they just made Ruddy look bad. That's something you don't see every day.
Harry Carey kind of had Curious' number early on. Nothing happened in mid lane. Jamsu looked very lost, not on his OTB Nautilus. And this has now been in 2 weeks. We've had Gucci beat Paragon. We've now had Ruddy lose to Vertex, which are two of the teams coming into the season people had in their top 3. If you looked at, I think it was the tier list from the guy from Verdant. They had Ruddy, Verdant, Paragon. Those 2 teams have dropped to teams that many people put in the 9th and 10th. Already we've had 2 massive upsets in the first 2 weeks. This could turn the entire season on its head because you only have so many games in these groups. You have to pull it back.
No, definitely. And these are the kind of things that just keep things exciting. And with that, we will throw into a short break before getting back because we still have 2 more games tonight. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a second. See you guys then.
Well,
Oh.
well.
This little
That's
guy.
a turn up for the
Look at this guy.
books.
He's just. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh dear.
What's
Oh,
happened here,
how's that
then?
happened?
Yeah.
Oh man,
no.
Jamsu.
Oh.
Ah,
Oh no!
you got hit with the play that got me and Newell 7 years ago, mate. This is not new technology.
Tell you
Oh
what.
dear.
Nautilus would have made that work. Jamsu Nautilus.
Literally,
he makes that work all
Nautilus.
day long.
You just throw the hook, and then it's just a safer kind of a test. It's all good. Nautilus would have got the W. Nautilus certainly would have taken it out of Catchy's hands, and Catchy was doing some bits with it. But overall, Vertex put together a pretty dang good game and a win over Ruddy. Certainly not what we expected, despite the draft technology on display, but ultimately some of those technologies did look pretty key. The Heimerdinger was very strong in the lane. That first kill going over to Jarvan accelerated him way out the gate. Pivotless, when we were watching this game unfold throughout that early game, was there, or I guess, what was the point where you thought, no, Vertex actually win? Or like, when were you convinced that Ruddy were not actually just going to come back and win?
I would pinpoint it specifically to fight around bot lane, where we have the entirety of Ruddy funneling into the choke just above blue side Tribush, directly into what we have termed the Donger zone, where Heimerdinger is set up in
Copyright.
entirety. You've got tower on tower on tower, and the entire team funneling into this choke. There's no way of making that play happen, right? Heimerdinger's
Yeah.
damage is in those spaces absurd, and you see that it's like, okay, I think this one might just be over.
Yep. See, that was the point where we're like, hang on, this is working. This is working weirdly well,
Like,
actually.
we thought one of these fights would, just swing back and that'd be it. It'd be over. But
Yeah, but
It-
we have a
no.
replay of the fight around the Infernal Soul. I remember when that second dragon
Yeah.
came up to Emporio, you were like, actually, this is a really this could take them all the way to the soul.
Yeah,
and let's
Rob was
watch a
just
replay of that fight.
What'll they roll? And it was red. I was like, oh no. Oh dear. Aka's teleported himself into this situation. It's a little bit sticky, shows on vision a bit early. And despite having that individual lead, it's not massive. And the rest of Ruddy a mile away, excuse me, while Vertex, we're just setting up. And Kakashi will be up front here, not allow them to be invited into the space. And sure, while he eats a bunch of cooldowns, there's no capitalization. This is a 4v5. This is desperation play. No matter what jumps you found here, they weren't going to be able to play it through.
Yeah, they got some of the dive, right? They got some damage onto the Ezreal. They got the Rail and the Aurelion Soul combo, but you'd have loved a Cassante flank right there. You'd have
Yeah.
loved an Akaz to come out of left field and sew that one up, but it just didn't work. Then the Soul is done, and I didn't even remember that this play didn't even finish. The Akaz
Yeah,
comes in
it
late to
was-
try and save it, and it still doesn't work.
It was absolute greed. Aka's might guarantee the getaway here for Errol, but it was not a way to play it forwards. They sort of had a broken momentum that they carried on, and it was just degenerate the way that the gold lead got out of hand so fast.
Yeah. Let's very briefly, we'll take a look at the final fight in a second, but very briefly, Pivotless, why don't you talk to us a little bit about everyone's favorite Platinum Super Soldier in the top lane and the Garen pick and how that lane worked out and just, what the result of that pick was?
So this Garen pick doesn't necessarily have to be particularly mechanically demanding at any point in the game. The champ plays itself a little bit, and this matchup into Cassante is historically phenomenal for Garen. We don't see Garen that much at pro level because he's kind of tied to side lane, at least until sort of hitting 3-4 items level 16, you could just enter on a flank. But the way this game ended up being played by Ruddy, where the majority of their plays are happening towards bot side, and they are losing plays whilst they are also pulling Akaz away, is giving Sharpie so much time to play with these towers. He takes tier 1 top, another play happens bot. He gets tier 2 top now, and this Garen just ends up accelerating way beyond his means. It's it's kind of crazy. But yeah, it's fun to
It
watch a
was pretty
champion like this
crazy.
come out.
Yeah, for sure. Into that specific matchup, we're not seeing some weird Nasus counter in the mid lane. It's just a straight up Bruiser matchup in top lane, and it worked very, very well. So props to Sharpie for getting the value on that one, and to the Vertex coaching staff for really just having the stones to drop that one in the R5 position, because my word, that hit different in that game. Let's take a look at the last fight, though, before we move on. Tempor, you want to take us through this again? This is when, we see the
Yeah.
Vertex are very much in control, and Erol somewhat on the back foot already, we could say.
Yeah, 60 years of existence for these champions. It sort of comes to a fruition. And from that sort of failed escape, Jarvan has done so much in this game, so much value out of the Eclipse early on, just sort of continues to play forwards. And despite Akaz showing up later on, once again, numbers advantage for Vertex. And it's kind of textbook forward to backwards. They're not doing anything crazy, but they're not letting Ruddy get away with it, which was the way out for them at this game, as soon as the early game was slightly broken. And unfortunately, Akaz not getting over the Nautilus pick.
Yeah. I love that you mentioned that they don't let Ruddy get away with it. That is so often the issue at the lower
Oh,
level
yeah.
when teams who just don't know how to clutch up and say, no, you cannot do this. This is illegal positioning, my
Hold
friends. And especially with that level of lead that they had built, the one last shout out that I want to quickly give is the Harry carry on the J4, because that was very, very strong game. We've seen some ups and some downs from us so far, but got that first blood, and I've rarely seen a jungler run with first blood since the Trizzy-esque games that we've seen, in our times. But excellent performance, straight into the Eclipse, carried the whole dang game, and the rest of the team was close behind. So well done, Vertex. Excellent game. Ruddy, I guess all we have to say is, middle court, you got to get your players in line, man.
I know.
We are
Disgraceful
losing
show
control.
by the coach.
Yeah, the players are running the locker room, and it's not looking good for Ruddy right now. So Middlecourt, get on top of it, and we'll hope to see them shape up in future games. For now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with a second lot of Deskers, another lot of Casters, and 2 more Four Nations game for your delectation. So we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello, welcome back, one and all. You've already seen half the show, now it's time for the second half. Welcome back, it's Four Nations, the UKEL, you know exactly where you are, we know where we've been. I'm Dalex, I'm your new host. I'm joined by a new face myself. This is Bennis the Menace. Say hi.
Man, hi, how you doing? It's great to meet you, Dalex. Excited for this one. Four great teams here coming up for us. I've been watching all 4 of these teams. I know everything there is about them. I've been studying ruthlessly their performances in draft and in game. And of course, we've got the amazing Temporal to the lovely right of me.
I'm surrounded by Zoomers. Get me out. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It is lovely to be on desk with you both. And yeah, 2 good games to come. Don't go to bed just yet. There's plenty more this evening.
I'm very excited to watch these ones. I mean, so we have we've got 2 very classic teams to the Four Nations, and then 2 that, like, I think one's new for this season and one's new, like, second. It's their second time with us, I think. So our first match of the night is Paragon versus Verdant, who are 2 household names here in this scene. Gonna be one banger of a match. That's our first one lined up, and then one that I'm personally a little bit shakier on. So Bennis hopefully can fill in with the knowledge of the ages. Brod and Friends versus Good Chi, who I believe Good Chi might be new for this split, I think, and I recognize Brod and Friends from the summer split that we just had.
Oh
Good
yeah,
Chi-
man.
Good
Oh,
Chi had
sorry,
a
you go.
pretty decent run through Summer Showdown. Of course,
okay,
with
sure.
the
I wasn't
eponymous
following
mid
that
laner
closely, I'm
Sylvanix, which we teased him about endlessly. And yeah, they have replaced Verzik. They do have a mid lane sub this evening, so the Church of Chova will have to change over a GG standing in for them. So no pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, listen, Brod and Friends and Good Chi, they came off losses on day 1, but then won in amazing games, big upsets as well on day 2. These teams look really, really good. Paragon and Verdant as well. Paragon, a little bit of a disappointing start. I think they'd say, obviously, they did play their first game after, they were the last team to play their first game because it's a 5-game group. And but Verdant, they started strong. They were game 1. They were my first game on the UK EL, and it was just the refresh show. I'm really excited. I'm bouncing around. I need to keep still. I'm so excited to get into these drafts because I think I've sussed a few of the
He's
picks
ready.
out, a few of the strategies out. So we'll see if they do that, maybe prove me right, or if they switch it up and throw some curveballs. I think the most likely team to do that is Verdant. They definitely threw some curveballs in last time I watched. I was not expecting the Shen jungle, but it worked really well. They did it into a Xin Zhao Renekton, so all auto attackers. It was great, and they also they have the Poppy at the disposal. So I think if there's going to be any shocks in draft, it's going to be on Verdant's side. But honestly, I'm hoping I'll get shocks all round, boys. I'm hoping I get shocks all round.
Definitely, yeah. And not to understate their opponents, Paragon, definitely contenders to have your eyes upon. I do believe it was our last main split where they had one hell of a showing. Am I correct in saying that, Temporal?
It would be spring. They advanced forwards into the RPS, so close to promoting it to the 2nd division of the NLC, but not quite. Not to be. And despite the support sub in with Zach, who's still here with us now, they weren't quite able to make it happen. Zach, a bit of a Taric enjoyer, I'm told, a bit of a melee support aficionado. I have to see whether they are picking up some of the new technology on the patch.
Definitely, yeah. Always seeing, like, that's one of the big things that I love with these returning teams. That you just get to see how they evolve and develop over time. Like, we have seen Paragon for quite a few seasons now, and we're gonna see if anything changes right away. Because draft is always where the magic starts to happen. And you predicted it, Temple. There it goes. Taric knocked off the board. Thank you, Verdant.
Yeah, Little Pants far too much of an Alistair enjoyer to allow Taric to ruin his day.
Right, big thing here, Paragon Verdant. Now, both teams are major Camille enjoyers, so I'm very surprised if it gets through phase 1. We saw Refresh pick it in phase 1, taking it into Gov's Renekton, absolutely annihilated him. It was the Refresh show. And also, Paragon, disappointingly on the other side, they went for this Kai'Sa comp. They went for this full-on dive Kai'Sa comp, and in the end, they had to sort of backtrack and pivot into a front-to-back Smolder comp because they saw that the enemy team had so many tanks, and it was all just a little bit weird. So I think Paragon have stuff to prove as we get into the first pick phase of this draft.
Yeah, the Camille setup there with the Jax on blue tier, not a stranger. So both teams will be eyeing that in the first phase.
It is worth noting that Camille has just been left open with that Ziggs ban. Yeah, coming through, it is on the table. So I would imagine it'd be a priority pick for both sides. Paragon opting to instead hover for ADC. Maybe we're seeing an Ashe.
Yeah, the Jhin Ashe Ziggs trifecta with Ziggs off the table. Ashe uncontested on AD carry, unless you want to play fast and firm, you have to now play outside of the lane to try and get ahead of this character.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see, you know, how much Verdant want to leave until second phase. I think the big surprising thing, like I said, was those second phase picks. I think that really caught off their opponent's guard on day one. Starting off with the Jinx, though. Listen, decent pick into Ashe, outranges Ashe. If your spacing's good, then the spacing's there. And personally, I used to be a massive Jinx enjoyer. I've got the Jinx statue behind me, and I can personally give my seal of approval.
It's the only thing he plays in solo queue, folks. I did stalk this human.
Wow. Sorry. Production's gonna
No,
hate
we
me
got
right
more
now.
statues. We got more statues. It's proper. Jinx, you want the setup, you want the team fight, you want the resets. Verdant mulling over the way in which they want to do that in first phase. Wouldn't be shocked for a way. Bear Tree, not terrible at the big controlling mages, will come through. First night tonight, I think we've seen Orianna fall through a draft phase.
Yeah, totally. I can imagine it very much depends on what else Verdant is going to bring to the table. Like, I like Hwei a lot. Hwei really excels in those kind of big team scuffles, but also having really good map awareness. Oh, there it is. Okay. Is it going through?
They're thinking about it. Can we get away with this? Can we do this? Is it going to be Renekton on 3? Paragon? Yep. They will lock it in. So the confidence, you know, Refresh, Verdant's top laner. Used to be Paragon's top laner who was known for this. Both teams are well aware of how much they wanted that Camille pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was waiting for. You know, who was going to get the Camille? Is it going to be the Renekton response? Obviously, we saw Refresh play into it on day one, did really well. He's now on the receiving end of this, so we'll have to see how they do. But again, this was always going to happen. Camille was always going to be the priority. It wasn't going to get banned, or was it going to get first phase picked? We knew it was never going to get to phase 2 bans. So it's excited to see. We didn't see Paragon play this in their first game, so it'll be great to see what they can bring to the table with it.
Hey, Braum to break up the fights. Little Pants, the melee support enjoyer. Verdant just trying to think about what they can use to seal out this first phase. I think Renekton probably the best answer left on the table, but we're probably looking to reply to Camille here.
Yeah, Renekton matchup, like I said, the way it works really is it's all about, you know, dashing in, dashing out the slice and dice to make sure they can't connect the Q2. We see the Olaf!
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly. Yes. Now, I'm guessing that's probably going to go top lane. I think Olaf jungle's been kind of out of meta for quite a while now. So, again, it's okay into Camille. You can go out of the Hextech Ultimatum with the...
You can walk on, walk off.
Yeah, pretty much pointless. So, interesting, though, that you didn't go for Renekton, because I know that Refresh also likes a bit of Renekton, so... maybe he doesn't like that sort of playstyle as much. I think Olaf, it is more brute force, but we'll have to see. It's very interesting that he's decided to not go for the Renekton so blatantly, because he did hover it. Looks like he did think about it.
It's definitely. I feel like Olaf's gonna be bringing more to the laning phase than the late phase, because at the moment what we have on the side of Verdant is it's good, but I'm not really seeing the angle of which we're getting in on fights against people like Braum, against Camille. So these final two on Verdant's side coming in for their support in their jungle, I think could be quite big in trying to initiate fights against Paragon.
Yeah, I'd have preferred to see a Karma ban there, I think, from Paragon. I know it's not Verdant's style necessarily, but we're looking at what could support the Jinx and the Olaf together through this early phase. So we're looking at Enchanters, we're looking at Lulu, looking at the Karma. Verdant removing options that can reach the Jinx and provide a bit of frontline. So just trying to trim away the top picks of champions along those themes. Interesting to see if Paragon goes for a range support or whether they triple down and get rid of the Leona next.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure if Refresh is really going to regret this Olaf pick. I mean, he proved me wrong day one. Day one, I was like, listen, Refresh, you're screwed. You blind picked Camille and they've gone Renekton. If this guy knows what he's doing on Renekton, it's pretty rough seas for you, Refresh. And he proved me wrong. It was the Refresh show. Bear Tree obviously played amazing as well, but he really did stop that top lane. It's interesting to see that he's gone for the Olaf because, Camille in this matchup wins in isolation. I've got statistics here of Emerald Plus on this current patch. Listen, lads, it's 55% in Camille's favor. I think that's because, Olaf obviously excels at being low HP, but if Camille's got that Q2, that true damage, he can just get one-shotted before he's ever able to get started.
Yeah, let's hurt the itemization. Yuda coming through here. I think this is going Tofu's way. You can play sort of like many of the other AP junglers where you're that greedy farming presence and you come out the jungle absolutely stronger than Elena. Spike on them, spread the influence around the map. I have been banning this in solo queue because I just cannot find a way to make my laners respect it. Paragon, do you have the question now? Are you looking for squishier angles in onto the Jinx? The Viego coming through will facilitate that. They have only got Braum in their front line, and if it does come to a front to back later on, if it does come to the 5v5, Olaf and Yude will be on the receiving end of the passive, but it is not the same as a full front line.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's especially rough for Jinx is the Braum pick. It's incredibly annoying. You just, you've got this amazing reset ability and you got all this attack speed, and then you just get Braum shielded, and it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad indeed. But interesting to see, in terms of ways to get on the Jinx, it's only really Camille. I mean, Azir shuffle, but if the Jinx's positioning's good, then she should be able to deal with the Viego quite easily. As we see some Enchanter hobbers here.
Yeah, Karma, Janna, both very strong. There is setup from Paragon. I think Azir Viego will be the second diving unit between them and the Camille. The angles to try and find the Jinx in the backline or try and upset Hui on the approach. I think Janna just tries to dissuade one of those groups. So pretty holistic, even if it's not a pick we see a huge amount of in Little Pants, despite being like the Alistair sort of centered personality, has got plenty of games on this Janna in the background.
It feels a lot to me looking at these two lineups that like Verdant is going to be playing like more classic league is kind of how I put it in my brain of like they're playing slow, they're playing for objectives, they really want to like hit certain power spikes, get items underneath them. Paragon's team composition to me is just screaming like, okay, we're seeing the Jinx, we're seeing the Hui, we raise you with the idea of at any point in the game we could bomb your backline and like we could move as a small pack, there could be a small roam happen and you could just have your slow patient game plan fall apart. So I don't even know if they're going to play like that, but it almost feels like preemptive from Paragon to have that manipulation of almost dictating the pace of the game.
I think what we saw from Verdant on day one was that their solo lanes, Bear Tree and Refresh, looked incredible. It wasn't even really close. But their weakness kind of lies in their bot lane. I mean, I think I don't want to say I don't want to be that guy.
I want this to be known because Bennis has no idea of the history there. I did not set him up to flame Fuyu, but here we are.
No, listen. From what I saw, the bot lane opened themselves up to losing some 2v2 fights, and I think they kind of got low key carried by the solo laners.
Okay.
I'm saying it now. Listen, if they prove me wrong, they prove me wrong. But they kind of got carried by their solo laners, and I think they'll admit that for that one game. But it is one game. I've seen one game, and maybe now it will be a bot lane stomp. We'll have to see.
No pressure for you, no pressure, Little Pants. Bennis has called you out, and I think it's pretty fair to say Janna lanes can sometimes get out of hand either way. We'll be picking on the Braum for the first few levels, but then if the all-ins do land, it can get a bit sticky a bit quickly. And then when you are coming forwards and you're looking for the reset in the team fight, there's an Ash Arrow on this Jinx's target on this Jinx's back. It's going to be difficult to play it forwards. If they do execute, that is a big break. I think Verdant's way forwards is also more conditional than Paragon's. It won't be an Ash Arrow into a swift combo. This Olaf, this Yude, they have to make the front line work with way over the back. And without that sort of extra help, that big go button, that can be more difficult.
I'm noticing as well that Verdant lacks a lot of mobility in that team. Obviously, they're kind of making up for it with having Janna there. But any part where the support is just caught and not in the situation or picked off first, Verdant are kind of locked in any fights that Paragon decides to pick with them, which can be quite scary at times.
It's very fair. It's very fair. What do we think? Should we do predictions, Alex? What's coming up?
So here's the fun thing about me, and I like when it comes to predictions, I'm not as well versed in this scene. I'm not as well versed as like
Gamble will only laugh about it after.
That's why I'm on the host seat and not the analyst seat. But I'm like almost undefeated in predictions this season. So yeah. I can't remember who it was, but someone was getting really upset over it because they're a good analyst and were down in predictions. So
who are you cursing then? Who's it gonna be?
You know what? 2-1 Paragon. I have faith.
In a best of one?
In a best of one, that might be a bit difficult.
Oh, that's so true. It's a best of one. Oh my god. You know what? In this exact matchup, looking at it right here, I want to say Paragon anyway. I said 2-1 Paragon. I will stick with Paragon.
I'm so sorry, Verdant. You've been done in. And Alex is, with his divine retribution, made sure you're not winning this game. I think
you
Verdant will do it. I
blame
think there's
me-
going to be a huge mess in the mid game, and we'll see who comes out on top. As Bennis mentioned, Titan solo laners on Verdant, but Paragons were what won them spring.
I think Paragon have a lot to prove in this second game. I don't think they would have liked losing that first game to a new team. They're going to come in here, they're going to be thinking, listen, lads, right? Yeah, that was just a warm-up game. That was just first game jitters. Second game, you know what they say, lads? First the worst, second the best. And I think Paragon will prove the doubters, being me, wrong. And I think Paragon will win 1-0.
Damn.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tempo, did you actually give your one? I didn't actually catch it. I don't think you
yes,
did.
Verdant,
Oh,
but
you
it'll
had
be
all
an
Verdant.
absolute bath.
Okay, well, time will tell. That's 2 for one, 1 for the other. And now all it's time to do is see how it plays out. Here we go to the casters. Take it away.
And so, lo, Shibby, it hath been said by galactic divination that it's going to be Paragon coming out on top this game. Do you agree? Or are you going with the temporal trepidation that it's going to be a Verdant win?
I think the only thing that I agree on is that it's going to be a bloodbath. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
going to be good.
Absolutely.
It's
Without
not
a
going to be fun. Someone's going to have a messed up liver. Someone's going to be coughing up a kidney, black eye here, messed up lip. It's not going to be pretty, but you know what? It's going to be fun. I'm going to be cheering it on. I'm gonna go with Verdant. I think they're gonna come out with that last second haymaker at the 30-minute mark, some random team fight, and they're just gonna push it down mid. That's what's gonna happen. I have prophesized it. I've looked into my crystal ball, Brackish. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Oh, we will see if that comes to pass. We can obviously talk from the heart, but let's dig a bit deeper before we actually hit the rift. And I mean, the desk identified it. There are certainly some concerns with Verdant's draft. Like, how the hell does this team engage?
They don't. That's the beauty of it. They just wait. This is the thing, right? Because it's gonna be a bloodbath. They are
Ahoy
just gonna
Jinx.
wait. They're just gonna go, hey, run into us. Camille's gonna dive in. Timatopper's gonna go for a random Shurima shuffle, probably miss, and then that's the engage. And then they're just gonna be like, all right, you've whiffed everything. Now we're gonna fight back. We're gonna run our Olaf and our Udyr at you, mock speed, and that's it. And John is gonna build a Shurelya's, and it's gonna be a very fun time. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
My concern is that League of Legends is not the same as Street Fighter. You can't just you can't always win off of just a straight punish. If you're trying to play nothing but neutral game, then the game doesn't go anywhere.
So this is the thing, right? You're saying no neutral. You can't play
No,
it. You can't keep doing that.
If it's all neutral, then nothing happens. You're not actually getting advantages. And
John,
you are, like, as Verdant, you are relying upon being able to get the punish. But if Paragon do their due diligence, they only look for fights that are, 80+%, then it's going to be really difficult for Verdant to get those, gotcha, you made a mistake, now you die.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, right, Verdant, agreed, they don't have like a solid go button. They kind of just run at you with their top and jungle and hope that you kind of mess up. But the Janna in this draft actually provides a bit of counterplay, right, into like sort of the quote unquote hard engage of Paragon, right? If they use an Ash Arrow, the Camille flies in, there's a lot of counterplay with the Monsoon that comes in where they can kind of temper the engage, heal up a lot of that damage, and you say, you know what? Well, you've used all your cooldowns, you've blown the important ones. Our champions can function, pretty well just with their basic ability rotation. Yeah, ultimates are nice, don't get me wrong. Olaf and Jinx ulti and Hui ulti, but even without their ultimates, their basic abilities, the way these champions function, they can kind of just do a slugfest in some of these river fights, in some of these objective fights. They're not super ult reliant, as Timatopper is taking some damage from Bear Tree here in the mid lane. The Hui, I love this pick. I'm kind of glad we're kind of seeing it back into the meta a little bit with some of these control mages coming in. I think it's a very fun champion, and watching it in these team fights later on will be a treat.
I'd get level 2 first. That's just what happens in this kind of lane. And yeah, I do agree. The control mages are very much rising in prominence. The AD carry meta in mid lane seemingly has pretty much died at this point. You're not really seeing many of them. The traditional mages are coming back just in time for the World Championships. And I for one am quite happy about that.
Yeah, I think seeing Tristana and Corki and all that stuff bouncing waves back and forth for like 10 minutes was probably the most unfun thing ever. At least with these mages, we see some more ability expression, we see skill shots, we see a lot more fun. And Timitapa right now is not having a fun time in this mid lane with Wei. Beartree getting that mid push, getting the wave in as well. He could look for a reset, he could hit the turret. Right now, though, 2v2 in the top lane, Udyr can get here.
Hey, Refresh might have to try and flash this one out. Is able to get past, but the flash over the top by Snepex. The shield, though, he's toughing it out. He's living through it. Kenji is now stuck in the waiting arms of Tofu. It's a double kill for the Udyr, and Beartree has had enough of this mid lane as well. Verdant right out the gate with 3.
And in keeping with the FGC terms, Brackish, that was a massive whiff punish from the top side, right? Kenji and Snepex thought they had Refresh. They thought they had the Olaf at low health, but that's when he's most dangerous. And with Tofu coming in only maybe, a second and a half behind, the fact that he's able to get the full empowered Phoenix form, live through and get the kills both onto Kenji and Snepex here, 2 kills for himself. This Udyr is accelerated. I expect him to start running into Snepex's jungle very soon, or he can just keep playing the Shadow Mirror game and just ruining Viego's day here.
It seems like the day is going to be ruined elsewhere now as Fuyu is going to cleanse away. Tofu, however, moving on in. Has a level advantage, has flash, is going to land all of these stuns, doesn't quite have the awaken right now, but it may not matter as Sack already dropping super low. Behind the line, Little Pants going to be able to do the damage. Sack will drop, and that's another kill for Verdant, picked up by Fuyu. And well, I think I know who's jungle diffing right now.
I mean, Tofu is just playing a better champion. Udyr's busted. I don't know what anybody else thinks. That champion is not healthy the way he can farm. You can see how powerful it is on the counter ganks, the mobility. It is a very, very good champion here, especially into Paragon, who want to run into you. You never want to play melee. You never want to run into the Udyr that has Phoenix stance, that has the Ram stance ready to stun you. This is just very solid play from Tofu, and he's just kind of in Snepex's walls right now. He knows exactly where he's going to be, what he wants to do.
He's in the goddamn walls. Honestly, that does line up perfectly with something I was going to bring up a little bit later in the game, but why not? Might as well do it now. And sure, Verdant is lacking in the engage department, but you don't want to run into an Udyr. You don't want to run into an Olaf. And you've got a Jinx and a Hui who are laughing if you are delayed in getting into a fight. So if Paragon are spending time trying to engage, but Tofu and Refresh are able to mitigate that for even like 5 to 10 seconds, that's long enough for Beartree to be throwing out devastating fires or dropping severing bolts, Fuyu to be firing zaps over the top. And so that poke advantage could lead to Verdant just always having lopsided advantages if Paragon can't find a clean engage.
Yeah, and these grubs will be traded out. It was pinged by Verdant here. Let's see if they can stop at least 1 or 2 of these grubs potentially. It was pinged out, but Paragon did have top advantage and they had mid show for a bit. So Tofu's actually going to come in here. They're not able to get the clean 3 grubs for 1 dragon trade. And Snepex might just have to leave his jungle. The Janna's here as well. They've rotated everyone other than Fuyu here. And oh, by the way, Timitapa is now backed up to his tier 2 in the mid lane. This is a dive waiting to happen. No mid lane support, no TP, nothing to help this. Camille, if they actually go for the execute, but they don't. They actually back off. Camille hits
They really don't need to. They're 2.5k up already. Kenji is a level 6 Camille with Ignite and the Hextech Ultimatum. You almost certainly trade 1 for 1 there. And that being the case, I don't think it's worth it. Verdant seemingly agree. They've got the first Drake. They've got 2 of the first 3 grubs. They're in a fantastic spot on the Rift right now. We now need to see in this next 5 or so minutes, most importantly, what happens with the grubs. Because if Verdant are able to pick up 2 or 3 of those, then their push becomes all the more scary. And of course, Refresh on the side lane would really, really like that kind of numbers.
Yeah, and playing a little bit more risk averse. is probably good, especially for champions like Udyr and Jinx. Udyr just loves to cycle camps, right? That's like his main MO.
Yup.
Cycle camps, look to gain advantages. He farms faster than Viego. He's gonna be able to get to lanes faster. Like if he can just keep cycling, power cycling his camps and get a solid gold and item advantage, then they can get to points where they can just fight around second dragon, maybe even second spawn of grubs here. So going for that risk averse gameplay, I think is smart. Yeah, they could have gone for the dive. They could have traded 1 for 1, but that might have given Kenji a little too much gold and maybe get back into this lane against Refresh.
Don't quote me on this, but I think Fuyu has a little bit of a gold advantage right now. Oh, not Fuyu,
Maybe.
Tofu. Tofu has the gold advantage, sorry. 1,000, there you go. Up on
Yeah.
SnapX, 2 kills with a farm advantage. This Udyr has been doing rather ridiculous things in the first 8 minutes of the game. And of course, by the time he finishes up that Liandry's, by the time he finishes up a follow-up tank item, as he usually does, then he's going to be really tough to kill. He's going to be doing really high consistent damage. And things might be looking just that little bit rough for Paragon.
Yeah, he could get a ton of Frozen Heart value if he opts to go in that second because of the Ashe.
Oh,
because of
yeah.
The Azir.
Azir? Viego? Ashe?
Even Viego. Yeah, a lot of Frozen Heart value. Typically, you'll see them go into the tank items. We'll see if he opts in for the low budget tank where it's Frozen Heart into what would be the Abyssal Mask, or if he's going to go for something a little bit more expensive on the MR side. I prefer the Frozen Heart Abyssal Mask. It gets you that 3-item kind of, I'm not going to say power spike, but that 3-item limit very, very quickly, and you kind of just feel unkillable for part of the mid game, and it'll be a little bit rougher come late game. But as Udyr, your job is just kind of run around, be a menace, stun, and use your Phoenix dance here just to kind of cause havoc in these later game team fights. As long as you're doing your job there and surviving and getting out with the turtle stance, you should be fine here. But the mid game 3-item power spike for Udyr should be really good if he goes for that cheaper option. As we do see Paragon looking to get really fancy here in this bot side.
For you, caught by the glacial fissure, stun stacking up will come through, but the tornado is going to keep them at bay. Tofu now coming forwards, last flashes. SnapX trying to get away with the spectral maw. Sack is going to get burned down. The rocket flies over the top. Little Pants steals the kill. That's another one for the side of Paragon. Fuyu ready with his finger on the buzzer. Both summoners used immediately. The follow-up could not come through in time for Paragon. And again, Tofu, he's a little bit late to the play, but by God, is he going to end it?
Yeah, Tofu's the crazy ex brackish that just won't leave you alone, knows where you are, has a tracker placed in your car. He's just waiting for SnapX everywhere he goes. SnapX just can't get away from him, man. It's just everywhere he is, Tofu is two steps behind him. Just like, I'm going to be right here. You're going to be bot side, I'll be bot side. You're going to be on grubs, I'm going to grubs. Like it's insanely difficult to get away from him. Let's see if they can try to trade this dragon for the grubs here on Paragon's side. Realistically, they want to take 3, deny the grubs, but I don't think that's going to happen because look where SnapX is.
They don't have time. SnapX is just taking his chickens right now. Tofu could probably take a reset and be out on the map in time. He's already completed the Liandry's. Catch, though, onto the mid lane. Battery needs to step this one through. He should be okay. Tofu will be able to guard him as he steps out. Although the question might become now, what does he do in this situation? He's tanky enough with the Iron Vanguard. But now Battery tried to save him, stuck in a bad spot, and SnapX all of a sudden cleans up 2 more kills.
Oh, that's some much needed gold back into his pocket. That was a shutdown on the Udyr going into SnapX pocket, and also a nice another 350 gold chunk onto Bear Tree. And we thought that they wouldn't be able to get these grubs, but because of a little bit of misstep over aggression on the side of Verdant, they give up the 4 grubs here. Let's see if actually Refresh can stop this. Uh-oh, there might be a fight coming in.
Coming over. He steals it. Boo you. That's so rude. Chase coming in, though. Refresh. He smells blood in the river, and he's running on through. Sack dropping low as well. There's no way away from the Olaf. Timotopper gets rooted up by the Gaze of the Abyss as well, trying to get out, but he's got no Emperor's Divide. Tofu had some lingering resentment about that death. Will set up more kills. And just for a second, when it looked like Verdant were faltering, they take it right back.
Yeah, Paragon attempted to extend the play after that mid catch, right? The 2 kills that SnapX got, he said, okay, well, 2 people are down. I should be able to get this grubs here. Unfortunately, Kenji was shoved up to his tier 1. Refresh was able to come down, and we saw earlier that the Janna was actually here, right? Was around mid lane when the double kill happened, so she was already around mid side, so she was able to get to the grubs, and just cherry on top, Fuyu was able to snipe away one of the grubs here with the Jinx rocket. That's just kind of adding insult to injury, and then the rest of the team was able to collapse. So very, very well played from Verdant, but Paragon kind of just looking to extend the play rather than cash out the gold that SnapX got here. I don't think Grubs is that important that you give up those 2 kills that you just got.
Now a 4K advantage for Verdant. But creeping on into my brain space comes the question. Does the lack of engage now come back to bite Verdant a little bit? Because if Paragon don't let themselves get caught out, don't unnecessarily expose themselves to being aggressed on, then it's going to be quite difficult for Verdant to extend their lead.
Yeah, so Verdant's main goal for these next upcoming objectives, specifically these dragons, right, that they've been stacking, is that they want to get to this objective setup first, right? They want to reset earlier, cash out, start putting control wards down, force Paragon to run into you, right? Don't give them an option to set up prior to the objective, because if you're on Verdant's side, you just have to run into them, and that's not going to be fun. There's Azir soldiers, there is Braum Qs they have to contend with, right? Ashe Ws. There's a lot of terrain control on both sides of these teams. For Paragon, obviously, I just mentioned it, but on Verdant's side, they've got the Phoenix Dance, they've got tons of abilities coming out from the Hui, and even the Chompers and the Jinx Rockets can provide a little bit of zoning potential on these dragons. Verdant wants to be on these objectives first. Always, always, always. The difficult thing is that Little Pants can't go by himself, similar to a Braum, right? Braum's a lot tankier, can clear out vision. Little Pants needs Udyr, needs Tofu, or Refresh for these vision clears when they go for these objectives. So come right now, it's a minute and a half. We should be seeing resets coming out from Verdant's side so they can get to this objective setup first and really pressure Paragon to run into them.
Random aside, I appreciate a fellow OG who still refers to Udyr's abilities by their old stance names. It has been a challenge. It has been a struggle for me to learn their new names, because it's like, oh yeah, this is just Tiger Stance. No, it's Wilding Claw.
It's what?
It's
See, I'm an Udyr main.
Mantle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Blazing Stampede, SnapX dropping incredibly low. Can he find the hit? There it is. Little Pants finds it. He's had enough of this. Fuyu still alive as well. They get locked up together. Kenji showing up to try and make something happen. However, and Timotopper also in the barrel, ready to play. Battery will drop. They can still look for a dive towards Little Pants here. No ultimate, no summoners to speak of. Trying to put down the Howling Gale. It will be able to make a little bit of space. Kenji still looking forwards, though. Doesn't quite have the Hextech Ultimatum. I don't think he's going to need it, however. And a big force on the bottom lane will get Paragon some much-needed gold.
Let's see how much they lose, though. The TP committed from Kenji onto the bot side. You saw Udyr was around the mid lane turret, so now SnapX has to play cleanup duty. They lose the tier 1 in the top side and the tier 1 in the mid, but a good play from Paragon to kind of invest some resources and say, hey, we're going to overload this bottom side. We're going to pick up 3 kills for ourselves here and get some of their main carries back into this game. Kenji, I believe, picked up a kill. Timotopper picked up 2 here. So very, very nice from Paragon. Yeah, they lose tier 1s on the top and mid, but honestly, getting that gold back and getting it onto the right carries is much more important for Paragon at this point in the game. Dragon has just spawned, but no team is actually ready, and Verdant is able to get onto it before Paragon here. Mind you, Refresh has to come here because he has no TP, but the Ghost is available, and they're just going to be able to rock this Dragon down completely. So pretty much absolute objective control from Verdant. Other than the one grub that was taken, Verdant have been doing a good job on the objective side for dragons, grubs, and even the Rift Herald that was dropped earlier about a minute and a half ago.
I'd call it subjective control this game. They've done pretty well on that one. Refresh does have that advantage. I was going to say, it does suck a little bit for Bear Tree. He's had a good lane. He got that solo kill, of course, onto Timotopper fairly early on. But those 2 kills that Timo has just picked up has pretty much, like, they were relatively even gold-wise. Those 2 kills have catapulted Timo to now 600-700 gold over Bear Tree as it stands. Which is now a big angle that Paragon can look to prioritize.
Yeah, they just need to get their Azir into the right position, right? The big thing with Paragon is that they need to get their team in the right position for some of these fights. You look, a lot of the plays they went for, they overloaded either mid lane or bottom side, and they were just able to use a sheer numbers advantage, which is good, which is fine. But come when these guys have to stack up 5v5, the wallet from Verdant is going to hurt a lot harder, right? There's quarters, there's nickels, there's dimes. There's a lot more harder metallic money in there, and it's going to slap Paragon in the face, right? It's going to hurt a lot more than dollar bills here. So Verdant have to be, on point. They just have to make sure that Paragon is running into them. Paragon have a lot harder hill to climb, in my opinion. And come this dragon, this Chemtech soul that's going to happen in about 3.5 minutes, whether Paragon wants to fight or not, they don't have a choice. I don't think they can give this over, especially to a team like Olaf, like Udyr, like Janna, who get the benefits from both the Chemtech Dragons and the Chemtech Soul. Your 11% damage reduction on an Olaf, that just becomes so much harder to kill this champion. That's already very difficult when he's low health.
Put that on top of a Janna, who is going to have a Monsoon down over the top as well. Timatopper.
Yep.
Looks like he might be caught out. Flash coming through. Going to be able to scoop back. Does not drop just yet. The burn is still ticking. He's getting fairly low, but not dropping right now. Looks like they're going to try and focus on Little Pants. Monsoon not going to be able to heal up enough. Tofu and Battery now to step away. They will be able to do it as Fuyu has been found in the middle lane. I don't care how big your Jinx is. You're not going to survive an encounter with a Camille like that.
Yeah, he purposely did not join that fight in the bottom side jungle here. Went for the tier 2. You recall they got a crash earlier from the Herald onto the mid tier 2. So they decided just to funnel a little bit more gold. Fuyu was like, I'll take the solo gold here. Refresh obviously can't make it to a lot of these fights because he doesn't have TP. So as long as Kenji outmaneuvers him and is there on fights before Refresh is even present, there's not much he can do. He just has to push that top side. The wave gets caught. Refresh actually has to start coming to these fights, or maybe even trying to predict where Kenji's going to be preemptively, maybe drop a wave or two topside, because right now he's just letting Kenji kind of dictate some of these numbers advantages for Paragon, and a couple more of those, and they might be able to swing the gold back in their favor.
Alternatively, Refresh could just go, bet. We'll just account for the fact that Camille could be at any team fight, and I'm just going to sit in the side lane. Keep stacking up gold. He's already around 30 CS up over Kenji right now. Already got 2 items completed. Well on the way towards a third. Could potentially even go for something like the Hull Breaker to really lean into this 1-3-1 or 1-4 sort of situation. And then you're putting a really tough question to Paragon. However, that could also be said that with one person missing, of course, Paragon would have an easier time engaging in the 4v5.
Yeah, that's the kind of game you play cat and mouse, right? Okay, well, you want to fully invest into this Olaf split push. Don't really group unless it's advantageous for you. That's fine. But the 4 members of Verdant are very susceptible to getting engaged on here. And as we see a little bit of pecking back and forth between Paragon and Verdant. But you saw what Kenji was able to do, how Snepex and the rest of them were able to long chase in that bot side jungle. Granted, Fuyu was not there, but you have to kind of run that leash. Okay, if we're going to have Refresh hyper index into the split pushes now, Baron Vision has been mostly cleared out. They're going to start this. I like this. They're 5,000 gold ahead. They press tab. They're going to force the issue from Paragon. Let's see if they can actually catch this engage that Paragon's going to throw at them.
Or it's going down quickly. They can't stick around, though. Bear Tree is stuck on mid lane, which means Paragon, as per the situation we outlined a moment ago, they can't.
Bottom.
There are going to be more bodies, more Paragon bodies in that river. And
I like this stuff.
Verdant. I mean, you could just as easily say Verdant were just calling Paragon's bluff of like, whoa, we're starting off the Baron. Are you paying attention?
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing them to drop waves, right? You saw on the bottom side they were dropping waves. I believe on mid they dropped maybe a little bit of they almost dropped a wave mid. But realistically, forcing that Baron and just trying to say like, hey, if you don't pay attention, like you said, calling the bluff, if you're not paying attention to your wave states, we're going to start this Baron, and you're going to have to choose. You're going to drop gold in the bot side to potentially flip a Baron while you guys are like 4,000 gold down, or are you going to invest any resources, any key ultimates? Getting those things out on Verdant side specifically is very good. Paragon does invest the Ashley.
They're able to find the arrow onto Little Pants, but the follow-up engage is going to be challenging. Snepex, Spectral Morse to get away from the Howling Gale. Numbers are here in the river again, though. Priority for Paragon. Bear Tree does have TP available, but it might be a while before he can get into this one. Little Pants able to go over the wall. Kenji locks him up with the Hextech Ultimatum, however. Look at the tanky block in the center, though. Unmoved are Tofu and Refresh as they rip them apart. Snepex trying to do the damage. Fuyu on a pixel. Sticks around, picks up a triple. And that's going to be the ace for Verdant and the Soul to boot. And we see Tofu going topside. They might take the whole damn rift and go for Baron as well.
They're going to take every single objective on the map here. Why not? And really strange from Paragon here.
Surely not.
Did you count how many resources they invested into the Janna? The Ashe ultimate, the Hextech Ultimatum. I think Snepex even tried to ult over to get the reset. A lot of key ultimates invested into the support. Fuyu was doing pretty okay, got down to pixel like you mentioned, but was able to auto attack freely. You saw Tofu and Refresh. No one was able to deal with them. They were so tanky, so beefy, and Paragon just kind of hyper index into the support. They get the kill, but they lose the map. They get ace. They lose everything. And now Verdant will happily trade.
Refresh has been found. And that's a big shutdown handed across to Timatopper. If Baron was in the eyes of Verdant, it will not be any longer. Bear Tree forced to flash away from the arrow also. The Paragon, they may still be 6k down, but they are not done fighting yet.
Yeah. They still have
Kenji going straight in. Bear Tree doesn't really have the way out. Monsoon from Little Pants, though, survives all the way through it. Drops right at the end, but that's not going to matter all that much. It's already a double kill for Fuyu. One will be picked up as well by Tofu. Sack drops also. An excited Jinx will go, and it's a quadra for Fuyu. Tofu, little bit of a scumbag moment. No Penta.
Interesting call here. They're gonna they were pinging the mid lane. Yeah, I was gonna say you guys can go for the Baron. You have a Jinx, you have a Hui, and you've got Udyr to tank up a lot of it. The smite is available. 10 seconds on Snepex, but he's not gonna be able to make it here. Interesting call. They originally pinged that mid lane inhibitor, but I like the call for the Baron here. They have all their members up. They're gonna have 5 people dressed in purple, but a beautiful fight and a beautiful Monsoon from Little Pants there to just allow Bear Tree to live a little bit longer. And all the meanwhile, Fuyu was constantly auto attacking. The guy is at 3 items now on his, going to be cresting upon his 4th. The fact that this Jinx is at the 3 item mark 25 minutes in cannot be ignored.
Boy.
It's going to reset across the
map. Look at those numbers again. Sorry, production. I saw those very briefly. 4,000 gold difference between Fuyu and Last. And there is the problem. If you're fighting Tofu and Refresh, who's dealing with the Jinx?
Yeah, and if you're fighting Fuyu, who's dealing with Tofu and Refresh, right? There's too much disruption. It's a horrible catch-22 because there's no option where Paragon comes out on top here. And then Bear Tree as well. He's able to cycle his abilities. He's not the real threat, but as long as he can cycle his ultimate, get his key ability rotation out, that's more than enough damage for the rest of the team to clean up here. And you talked about Verdant having an issue engaging. Well, we got 1,000 gold ahead, roughly. You can kind of just run at them, Brackish. Quite literally, you can run into their face, and there's nothing they can do.
As we see here, they're just shoving on down the bottom lane right now. Tofu, Bear Tree, Fuyu doing that work. We see top lane, though. Kenji pushing in, wants to try and maybe pick up that tier 2 for himself, but at what cost, Shibby, as the inhibitor is already dropping here. Refresh is still pushing in the mid lane. It doesn't look like Verdant have any intention of stopping. They're going to keep shoving this wave in. Kenji still has not teleported, still has not committed. Now he will use that summoner spell, and with that, it's Verdant departing. Fuyu does have to burn the cleanse there. I actually want to double check. I think Little Pants also had Mikhail's, so double cleanse actually used there. A little bit of a miscommunication, perhaps. An advantage or an opportunity for Paragon should the game last that long. Verdant, they step away for a moment, but the waves are still making their way in. Tofu is just too damn tanky to deal with. There's the catch onto Kenji. Gonna try and find the back line, but Fuyu is not the one that's found, so it doesn't matter if you do damage elsewhere. The Nexus turrets are being besieged. Double kill for Bear Tree, and it is Paragon that are falling to pieces. Verdant looking green and great as they wipe the floor with Paragon in that game, and will chalk up another dub.
Slaughter. I said it was gonna be bloody. I said there's gonna be come out people with broken ribs, liver, all that stuff. Fortunately,
Most of
Paragon
them on
was
Paragon.
yeah, most of them on Paragon. The bruises, the messed up kidneys, the liver. I mean, just a very good job from Verdant, dictated from the early game from Udyr, from
Hold
Tofu
up.
here, just doing a good job. What?
I don't normally do this, but I looked across to my other screen. I have Twitch. I spy in chat. Refresh saying verbatim, I quote, Camille Bait Champ. Talking about his own main. I mean,
Who else would know? Who else would know better than the guy that plays it? Who else?
can you doubt him after a game like that as well? Kenji, he did some good stuff, but at the end of the day, it simply was not enough. Fuyu went mostly unharmed for a vast majority of that game. Tofu and Refresh were too beefy to deal with. And like that, Paragon are going to face the L today, at least. Of course, this is a resilient team, though. They've been through ups and downs. I have no doubt that they'll be back into winning ways soon enough.
Yeah, Paragon of the UKEL, and unfortunately, Verdant takes them down here, but very well played across the board. I mean, I can't really criticize a lot of what they did. Yeah, they had some missteps here and there. They got a little over aggressive, but they were able to tighten it up. Really well played from, like you said, their top side, their top jungle, doing a very good job. Jungle specifically able to control the map very, very well here. Snapex had some good plays, had a double kill with the Vega, but he was just never able to outpace the Udyr. Unfortunately, once Udyr gets a lead, once he gets ahead, he starts cycling camps that much faster, and he's just everywhere on the map. Complete and total objective control from Verdant, only losing out on one grub, and that was it. Everything else was theirs. 4 dragons, the 5 grubs, the herald, the baron. I mean, just very, very well played from them. And like I said, they don't got to worry about an engaged problem if they get 10,000 gold ahead here. Not sure how consistently that can happen.
Wallet Diff will do that. However, plenty to do about that game. We've got a desk that are very eager to break that down for you. So we are going to throw it across to a break. We got one more game coming up after that. Broad and Friends go up against Good Chi. You don't want to miss it. Back in a few.
And welcome back. What a game. Definitely for the first time in a while, my prediction's just completely wrong. I'll bite the bullet. Lucky Streak's over. It's dead.
We just
But
had to plant some trees, guys. That was it. That was the answer.
yeah, I'm gonna get started on my Verdant apology form pretty soon. It'll be out tonight, guys. Don't worry, I'm sorry. But what a game! Really, really fun to watch. That bot lane, especially. I mean, I vanished for 1 minute, came back, and Temporal was like, "Yep, we almost had a Jinx moment." So what happened, Temporal? You wanna elaborate on that at all?
Well, as I might have prophesized before the game, it was Verdant favored, and then it was a little bit messy, and then Jinx killed everyone. Sort of the rough flow. We did see a Verdant early lead. Did see a little bit of a throw around mid. We got to clean it up a little bit, guys. You can't leave that mess out here in the forest. It's pristine. It's clean. It smells fantastic. And from multiple fights where Jinx got away on a slither of health for you in Little Pants, Brian the Lion, if you will, just made it happen.
Yeah, listen, it was a great game. Like you said, Verdant with an early lead, but then a little bit messy, a little bit messy, a little bit wishy-washy. But the sigh of relief, when Jinx got that big fight under the tier 1 mid tower. But not all sunshine and rainbows. Definitely could have been cleaner from Verdant. I think they were just testing their luck. But really, really exciting as we hopefully going to get on to the first replay, which I will be covering. So let's do this. So as we see here now, Paragon looking to set up a lane gang. You see Last, SnapX, and Stack all grouping in this pixel bush in the bot lane bushes. Now, target selection. Now, Jinx has, we've got to remember, Fuyu has got cleanse here. So when Sack goes onto Fuyu, there's already an arrow, Last already on Brian the Lion, so there's a little bit of target miscommunication. Then they realise Tofu's coming in with that boar stance, with that Phoenix stance, and just runs them down. So Paragon, the thought was there, but really when they tried to execute it, that target selection just wasn't right at all.
Yeah, classic moment of just this game is like 50% team communication, 30% like map awareness, 20% micro. And it was the fact that communication wasn't 100% there, and then not knowing that not only that the jungle was in the back for Verdant was kind of the beginning of the end for Paragon in that interaction.
Was that 50% reason to tune in at 4 p.m. to LoL Esports tomorrow for a song reveal?
True, so true. Cool. But yeah, it is pretty much a lot of our clips that we have lined up are just bot lane action back to back to back, because I know our next one lineup is as well, which is one that Temporal you wanted to actually talk about.
Yeah, this is how things can get a bit fisticuffs, a bit heavy behind the tier 1 towers. So Fuyu is pretty safe, right? He's buying time. He's trying to get little Brian the Lion over here. SnapX gets overextended, and they start the turnaround. They are quite ahead at this stage. Exhaust and positioning look to favor them. They have re-entry. Bear trees here. We see a flash forwards from the Janna that secures that kill. Despite the setup from Bear tree, though, with the teleport and Teamatopper arriving, there's sort of a disrespect here that does allow Paragon to come forwards, get those revenge kills, and get a better setup, and get the wave in. And this is sort of a big gold swing that could have caused Verdant some issues. Bit of overextension, bit of pure confidence. It does end up paying out. Despite this, though, there is Verdant pushing a tower on the other side of the map, so not a whole.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Massive towers taken. I think they got like a mid tier 1, mid tier 2. They're working on top tier 2 as well. I think we spoke about this as well, that Temporal and I agreed that Verdant probably got more gold from an experience from the solo waves they collected on Refresh than what they lost in bot lane. So I like to describe it as bot lane just being a bit of a punching bag. In that one, they sort of took the blows whilst they facilitated their team. But listen, I'm with Daleks here. I need to stop doubting Verdant. I see them when they come into these games, and today, listen, guys, today I thought Paragon surely they're coming in as a favorite. They didn't get off to a great start. They're gonna be ready for this one. They're gonna be going, and it was just Verdant, a little bit of here and there, but really there was never really any doubt. So yeah, totally great game. I'm so excited to get to this final replay.
Yeah, last fight, last moment, and it sort of shows off how far Verdant were ahead. I think is the biggest thing to take away from this. The health bars, the wave they're able to go from mid to bot, it's not synced up, but it is by the time they finish one, the second the wave comes through, second knock on the door, Tofu and Refresh, huge health bars are able to push it forwards, in and out, get a numbers advantage, protect Fuyu, and it is just enough to get the infrastructure down and get everything over the line.
Yeah, that first tower falls, and that's basically all she wrote. Yeah, the rest of Paragon unfortunately falls apart without their defenses there. And just as per what it seemed like the rest of the game, Verdant were just incredibly competent and incredibly proficient when it came to like operating around each other as a team. It never really felt like there was a situation where you'd be catching one of them lacking or asleep at the wheel without someone already being there to cover it. And I don't even think lacking or asleep at the wheel was the right like thing to say, because it always felt like they were almost aware of that like potential of, I've got my jungler near me, I've got the rest of the team near me. I know my limits, I know what I can push because I've always got someone backing me up if it goes awry for even a half a second.
Yeah, a tough position, and Paragon gave it a good go. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them this season, despite a rocky road start. And I can't remember who reminded me when we were getting started. I think it was Zoe. And it's just Paragon in the start of a season, man. It's not the sweet spot. They got to scale up. They got to energize. They got to get some more kills over the course of the season and take that with them forwards.
Yeah, you know, they're like those many seasons on Disney Plus that you get that have, you know, very slow episode 1, 2s. But then you get to episode 4, 5, 6, and it really starts picking up. And then that season finale, that's where it's like making it one of the best shows on the platform. So maybe we'll see Paragon do that.
You think they like stretch out the 3-episode rule, and it's like just as they're about to quit, just put the budget in, just get it in there.
Yeah, I love that that's what you guys went for. My brain just went to like, oh, Yasuo O10 power spike. That's what I'll refer to it as. No,
it's every time. Every time.
It does seem that there's going to be a short delay before our next match. I feel like there's clarification that we might throw it to a break just to cover up a little bit of time. There's a couple of technical difficulties, but we'll be back in a second when we will have our fourth and final match of the evening. So you want to catch Blood and Friends versus Good Chi, don't go anywhere at all.
This wasn't
heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions are the one that we defy. So right of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
This is it. Rod and friends. Good Chi. The final two competitors for our evening are about to clash face to face, and we have the pleasure of talking you through it. Well, at least up until the game begins. You're back on the host desk. We've got our draft coming up in just a second. Bennis, how are we feeling about this?
Oh, mate. This is going to be it.
I'm going to colour this with it's okay to be biased.
This is good Chi. This is two teams that went to day one, lost. Went to day two, won. Looked great. I really liked the way Good Chi forced Paragon's hand in draft as well. They have the potential to do that. They're new to the league. They look great. Broad and Friends, again, looks amazing. Picking very strong mid-jungle combinations. So we'll see what happens there. I think they're on red side as well. So we'll have to see. Mid and jungle, they went like a Nico Nocturne thing last time. It worked really, really well. And it just totally got the enemy caught completely off guard. I'm really excited for this one. These two teams, 1-1, they're both feeling good, both feeling confident, so I'm hoping it's going to be really exciting for people.
Deborah, I'm guessing feeling is going to be pretty mirrored on your side, but from the preface with the bias, is there any difference over there?
It's definitely going to be bangers. I'm not really sure which way this is going to go. This is going to be a slightly different version of Good Chi. So we're losing out on Chova in mid. And when Sarvanix was telling, I was actually like, it was a lot to play Summer Showdown. He put a huge amount of effort in it. It looked good. I was just like, you've enjoyed Broadcast, which is a bit more laid back. Look, no hands on the keyboard at home. It's crazy how much more relaxing that is than like hours of sessions and playing at sort of the top level. And he was like, it's not even like that. I've just found someone better than me. And he had a huge faith in this mid laner who's a core part of not only the way the team plays through, but the communication system they tested in scrims as well, and being that focal point. And he's not here tonight. So I don't want to be too mean to Good Chi if it doesn't go very well. But we're going to see them trying their best from a slightly disadvantaged position.
Most definitely. Now, both these teams are relatively new to Four Nations, both of them competing in the Summer Series that has just been and gone, but it was the first outing for both of these teams during that period. So both of these are kind of like rising stars, a lot to kind of prove against the other teams that have competed tonight. Literally every other team on the roster has been here for season after season, and we're now seeing the two newcomers face off head to head. So this could really be a bit of a kind of deciding moment in my eyes this is almost a fight to say, which one of us two is worth watching? Which one of us two is like the ones that you want to follow? And both of them wants it to be them, right?
Yeah, I think Broad and Friends come through with like more of the history with their streams featuring casters such as Bennis the Menace and whoever they've got on tonight, because I haven't quite checked. And just the immaculate caster couch, but also their LAN victories. They've taken it to LAN a few times and had sort of good showings at local events. Put on a fantastic finals event for the Summer Showdown. I'm excited to see that legacy come through. But you're right, Good Chi. They have a lot to sort of try and dig into the fan base with.
Yeah, I mean, Bennis, we're going to be going to draft in just a second. You've obviously got tons of experience here with one of these teams. What kind of stuff do you think we're going to be expecting?
So, good sheet. I understand they've got a different mid laner this time. Now, what they have done in the previous 2 drafts is heavily prioritize an early Yone pick. So I'm not sure if they're going to do that again. I don't know if the mid laner can play it, but they love doing that because they tend to hold that flex as well. They tend to not really make their mind up about where that Yone's going until the second phase. So we'll see if Brod and friends are aware of that. Also, what we noticed is that there's not really any much point banning out Spark. Last time, Spark had
Yeah.
3 ADCs banned against him. He went Zeri and still had a 70 CS lead against Mr. Freeze, which is pretty crazy, right? Considering they put Mr. Freeze on a first pick Ezreal, he got out CS by 70. Is high numbers at this level.
So this isn't the first time we've seen a Gangplank ban. Brod and friends dropping their first ban just for tonight. Some situations that they unfortunately found their way into. And 3 bans towards the Nemly Trizzy combo, not a huge surprise.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid what Brod and friends were able to do last time. That Nemly Nico is unbelievable, and then player up with a Nocturne. It's just awful paranoia, bish bash bosh. It's a pain. It's a goddamn pain. The Gragas early on as well. I think that's going to go to Gov, right? That's Gov's bread and butter. It looks a lot better than his Renekton, which is very noticeable. He look a lot better than his Renekton I saw him get on day 1. He looks really good in game 2. On that Gragas though, so it's no surprise to see he's feeling confident.
When rising to counter it as well, already 2 top lane picks right from the word go. It's not too unoften to see, but it's on the rarer side of just going straight for top lane. Ashe as well, priority pick from Brod, and then Yone being hovered for Gucci. I mean, we did hear the word Yone get thrown around in the speculation, but is it time to put it on the table now?
The graphic for this mid laner that Gucci have posted on their Twitter. At the UKL on Twitter, you can find all our teams under the following section. It was a Yone graphic. So I imagine we're seeing something of an alignment here on mid laners. The champion is still fantastically strong on the patch. Brod and friends, they put their evasion up in the front line. Gwen, fantastic on the approach with the Hallowed Mist. Ashe in the blind can be a little risky here. It would be interesting to see if Gucci will lock in the Ziggs here and then twist it later on with a support lock-in, or just go for engage onto an AD carry with no evasion.
Yeah, my bad actually. It's not Brod and it's Brod and friends.
It's the other way around. It's all right.
Yeah, my bad. Interesting. They, if anything, they've taken it away from Gov because they want to maybe see Gov on something else other than Gragas. As Sejuani's locked in, and Mumu is open. Could be an answer.
Mumu would go real hard here.
Mumu would go really hard, although you do open yourself up to cleanse being very broken against your team. But it's interesting.
Can't
Yone as well.
can't
cleanse twice. You can't cleanse twice. Camille again. Oh, here we go again. But versus Gragas, it's not as it's
not
kind
as
of Gragas
crazy, no.
yeah.
You end up suppressed in the early lane. Gragas's stats are just a little bit bigger at the start. Then you look for the Camille to overwhelm. You have to be a little creative to get around the body slam. This does mean that Trizzy will be on the Gwen, though. Fantastic at farming up and then just introducing to a lane as a threat. And later on in sides, no one's safe.
Back to Banzo. I'm seeing Brod pushing that priority back to the bot lane again, knowing that they've got Ashe on deck, and then getting rid of Jhin straight away. Again, you're really trying to keep your range game playing as best as it can, taking away the options that Gucci have to, the pools that they have to work with in response to what you've already got on the table.
Yeah, Ashe not so bad into the Jhin sort of in a vacuum, but I think Jhin sort of upsets Camille. And while he is vulnerable to her, it sort of stretches you out and you can be picked out if you're seen on the approach. So I understand getting rid of that. And of course, the Nautilus, it's going to be saving Private Ashe. Spark's got a lot of bullets to dip, duck, dive, and dodge around.
Yeah, I think they know that the Gwen's probably going to go jungle. Again, not really hidden the flex. They kind of, unless they're doing something weird and putting Gwen mid, but I highly doubt that. It's probably going to be Gwen jungle. They've been watching a little bit of G2. Yike. It obviously didn't work for Yike, maybe it will, but it's been played elsewhere in pro as well, at pro level, Gwen jungle. Seraphine as well, hovered. Very, very useful with the Ashe. But again, cleanse. I'm looking at cleanse, man. Cleanse is a great summoner spell, guys. Let's all remember that.
Ooh, okay. Jack's response, Ziggs, the current counter to Ashe in that trifecta.
Insta-lock.
Jax can command the early game versus Camille. Post level 11, things can get a bit dicey. And post 16, Camille can just take him to the cleaners, which is sort of the side of that matchup you don't get to see so often, unless you're like a LPL enjoyer of a year or two ago. I'm most interested to see what Broad and Friends are going to pull out mid or support here. Looks like the Seraphine's clearing waves up against Yone. The Rel lock-in. It's a hard task to find this Ziggs or Yone, but they will have that disruption when Good Chi choose to approach.
Yeah, interesting. You know, you see Rel locked in, Seraphine hiding the flex. Is also surprising the Gragas is being flex jungle. I thought that was top. Instead, they've done the double. Wow. Oh, never mind. Gragas mid. It's Gragas mid. Oh, that's even weirder. I haven't seen that in a long, long time. Gragas mid. Well, it's the double whammy of Camille counters. It really sucks to be you. Unfortunately, Camille. The Gragas mid,
Is it
Sejuani
Gragas
jungle.
support?
Or
I
Gragas
think it might be Gragas
support.
support because Sejuani's shorty in the jungle.
I'm
and
lost in the
Jackson
source.
top and Yone in mid.
Or it could be Yone ADC, Ziggs mid. Just say screw it.
Well, the other options for support, you've got like Sejuani support, I guess. But
It's been a while.
yeah, so I assume it's Gragas.
Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure it's Gragas in the bot lane. You'd have maybe thought like Yasuo would have come through. When I did see the Gragas B one, I was like, so the other brother tonight, maybe? But not to be. I think it could peel the Camille off quite nicely, but when you're looking at Seraphine and Gwen, that's not something the Gragas easily stops without flash body slamming and putting themselves at serious risk.
I never want to see another Good Chi draft ever again. I came in here with research, with looking at their other two things, and I'm thinking, okay, great, I know what this team's going to want to do. And then they throw out a triple flex, which I got wrong first, then I got it wrong the second time, and now I'm thinking the third time, yeah, it probably is going to be Gragas support, but I mean, what the hell is going on with Good Chi's draft? I mean, I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
It's good. It's just it's definitely cooking. I have to see whether they are like the old grandpa over the frying pan right now, and I really hope the recipe turns out because only this guy can cook it. I'm not sure which other team in the league could have picked these 5 champions and called it like this was the plan.
I mean, hell, there's always the chance that it just goes incredibly, and Good Chi out here redefining what it means to play Gragas support, I guess.
5
That
threats. Just do it.
I've already got an image in my mind of being like Brod's Ashe and being hit by Gragas Bomber, being knocked back, and then landing on the Zig satchel charge, and then being knocked back again, and just being like bounced around bot lane. That's the only real synergy I've got in my mind. It's a very funny one, but I'm interested to see if it works, you know?
Yeah, that's the question. We do have an independent review because you've heard my thoughts. I'm not really sure. Big briefs. Brian the Lion himself, Janet Enjoyer, flash solo kill in the last game. Absolutely easy peasy. Says Greg's support is good, but not so good into this composition. So the review is like, maybe not. But we'll see. We'll see. We've had the independent vigilante. Bennis, what'd you think? Are they going to just send it?
Listen, I'm buzzing for this one. I mean, Good Chi and Broad and Friends, you guys did not disappoint. I hyped this up, and I was right to do so. This is going to be great. Good Chi, will it work? Will it work? I mean, you're looking at, ADC. They don't have an ADC. But forget it, right? We go from a meta of 3 ADCs to, nah, we don't want ADC on our team. Forget that. ADCs are gone. Corki's nerf. Forget it. Smolder's nerf. Forget it. We don't want any. We want Ziggs. We want Ziggs. It'll be interesting to see. Listen, I am absolutely buzzing. I would have loved to have heard the Good Chi comms for this draft. Did they know what they were doing? Did they know? Did they realize that, they were picking like a quadruple, triple flex here? I'm absolutely buzzing. I'm excited to see how Broad and Friends respond. Gwen Jungle, listen, hey, we're focusing on Good Chi, but Gwen Jungle is still a little bit, you know what I mean? Ooh, that's a bit exciting, isn't it? Gwen Jungle. Personally, I cannot stand the champ. I must let my bias not come into play, of course, but I can't. Gwen is immune is an awful sight to see. But listen, I wasn't expecting the Seraphine mid. I thought that was going to go bot, so they surprised me there as well. It's going to be great. Big wombo combo potential. Got to talk about that. The Rel, Seraphine, massive wombo combo potential. Will we see that pay off? Maybe. Obviously, they got great pick with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. But then, Good Chi, you know, Ziggs can get out of trouble quite easily. Jax can get out of trouble quite easily. Sejuani, I think you're seeing the trend here. They've got a lot of, you know, self-peel. So we'll have to see if... I think it'll be Brod and Friends make a pick. Can Good Chi get out of that pick? And we'll just see how strong that follow-up is. But I'm really excited for this one, gentlemen. Really excited indeed.
Very excited indeed. I'm also pumped to see how this plays out, especially like because as it hits that like later game, Good Chi's composition's really gonna come alive. But early game, seeing how they navigate against what they're staring down the barrel at against Brod and Friends, it's gonna be really cool seeing how they navigate that like just effectively minefield. And time will tell how that plays out. But we are gonna throw it to one more quick break while we wait for spectator delay and get some other issues sorted out. But we'll be right with you. Don't go anywhere. This match is going to be a good one.
Hello, everybody. And friends, all 5 friends, are present, thankfully, despite the slight delay there. We are ready to get onto the rift. I think we're going straight in, so, I mean, Shibby, obviously, it's been a little while since we saw a draft, but how are you feeling as we get on in?
It's easy to say I'm speechless, but it's even funnier to say that I'm excited for this draft. I think this is. I love this. I love the hecticness, the insanity that is the UKEL at times, and specifically the Four Nations here. And I mean, I'm excited. We've got a lot of interesting champions. I can't say a lot of these guys know the matchup. I don't think you can really be like, yeah, I'm very familiar with, Gwungle matchup and stuff like that. I know what's happening here and there. The Gragas is being thrown into a place. I don't think
there's definitely a hand of Trizzy there. Like,
yeah,
there is.
I don't. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think. I don't
wait,
think
it is
know.
Trizzy. What am I talking about? It literally is Trizzy.
Yeah, like who's gonna? I don't know the Gwungle matchup. I'm sorry. Like,
I mean, if Scouse isn't respectful of it, he's about to find out. Trizzy is absolutely terrifying on this champion. He's like, oh, Gwen, good at farming, good at like getting through those camps. Yes, but also kind of terrifying if you can find good CC in your lanes. Stun in top lane, CC available in mid lane, and there is a Rel.
Oh yeah, I mean the setup is there, right? Not to like look at Broad and Friends' team and be like, all right, well, Scouse doesn't have any setup. Well, he's got double melee in the top and mid lane, and he's also got a melee support that CCs people. Oh, Trizzy
doesn't know. He's going to step in, get stunned up right away. Nemly's going to be able to put some decent damage down. Zenith trying to chase forwards, but Trizzy will be protected by his mid laner. It's much ado about nothing.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have a lot of good setup, specifically for their junglers, right? Obviously, Sejuani is more of an empowering kind of control jungler that sets up for their solo laners. On the other side, you've got Gucci, like you mentioned. Trizzy has good setup, like you said, a lot of lockdown in the top side. Once level 6 happens, I doubt this Jax is going to live for very long in that top side. You've also got, like you said, the Rel on the bottom side and the Ashe. Lots of CC setup for Trizzy to just get rolling on this Gwungle here. So we'll see which team plays to their setup better, which jungler plays to their setup better. If I'm Scouse here, I completely ignore bot lane. I don't even want anything to do with it. It's Gragas, it's Ziggs. That bot lane should never be in trouble. I am hard focusing Zenith here, and I'm hard focusing onto Gov and just getting my 2 solo laners ahead in the Yone and the Jax, because those are the ones that are going to carry these team fights.
Yeah, because if look at this bot lane. If Zeta wants to go in, he's got to go through a body slam. Yeah. I think, correct me if my maths are wrong here, but Crashdown loses heavily to body slam. In fact, most abilities lose to body slam in terms of like the knockup priorities.
Yeah, what is it? A tier 1 priority stone or something like that is what they call Gragas. Like the Gragas.
It's the quick attack of League of Legends. It is a full-on like good luck trying to do anything before it in terms of that the CC chaining.
Yeah, and even if you do get onto him, Gragas is so innately tanky with a lot of his just base stats and how he works with his Drunken Rage and the passive and everything. Oh, and by the way, with the Ziggs, he also provides a little bit of extra poke. Like, that is just frustrating for Spark and Zeta. So it'll be... Have I seen?
Have you seen KDA Gragas?
I have seen KDA Gragas. I'm excited. I'm excited for the skin. I'm excited.
It's going to be huge. And not just because it's Gragas.
Trundle? Yeah, I mean, I like all. I mean,
they're all really sweet. I like the cosplayer Nico as well. Very nice theming.
Oh, Trizzy did come down here. I believe he stole the Krugs here because Scouse went for a 5 camp, or actually,
this is just really great tracking. Really great tracking because we saw Nemly walk in, put the ward down on the chickens. They knew exactly where Scouse was going to be, and that now means that Trizzy is clearing out these camps faster and still has his entire bot side to take. He's going to be like 3-4 camps up after this completed first clear. Of course, there is going to be a bit of a desync because Scouse's camps went down faster.
Well, look at
but
Gov.
It's still going to be a large advantage. Because right now, Scouse potentially looking towards top side. Gov He's
Scouse
doing
is waiting
okay
for the
right
hook
now.
shot.
No flash, of course, means that if Scouse can position well, he cancel the hook shot. And he might be able to find something.
Oh,
Ooh.
no stun lands
Pixels
there.
on the
Yeah.
Counter-Strike. That could have been very nasty. Turns out
Yeah.
just fine for him for the time being. However, bot lane going to continue to get shoved in. And if he really is on Scouse to get something done, because, yeah, Sejuani is never going to be able to match Gwen in terms of clear speed, which means you've got to find your gold elsewhere.
And Trizzy is just power farming. You mentioned the camp lead that he has. They already saw Scouts on the top side. He's going to be able to pick up his Raptors. They're going to know where Trizzy is, but that's not that important. It doesn't really matter where you know the Gwen jungle is. As long as Gwen is able to cycle her camps continuously,
Look at the levels.
she's just going to, yeah, I mean, the levels, she's just going to get a natural camp lead and level lead and XP and gold lead, and she's going to rock up to these team fights, come first dragon, maybe second dragon, just so much farther ahead than Scout's going to be ahead of the tank curve, right? Trizzy has to just make sure he has enough damage to outvalue most likely what's going to be the budget Sejuani tank build that we see from Scouts potentially,
Yep.
right? The the very like cheap 3-item build that we tend to see. And it's going to be really hard for Scouts to stay ahead of that tank curve if Trizzy's just cycling camps consistently. He backed and he got a blasting one plus Darkseal. Like, that's how far ahead he is right now.
Yep. That clear that was already pretty swift is going to be even more so. Right now, though, Scouse lurking around the mid lane. Nemli should be fine. Looks like he's about to get that reset off. Of course, already did take one to get a nice early tier pickup, and that's why we see that Zenith does have the slight farm advantage. We see some trades started up in the top lane. Hookshot used by Gov. Scouse now walking in, but Gov safe enough to not be worried.
I do like how BB is trying to force these engages
Oh.
and just like force the issue. But I mean, Scouse wasn't seen topside, but they kind of have a relative idea of where he's going to be.
I think he was
because-
actually. I'm pretty sure Gov did spot him out as he tried to
Did
step
Gov?
out of the river. I mean, look at
Mate.
Trizzy. Cleared out the
Yeah.
entirety of the bottom camps that were available. Water is going to now try and claim at least some of the gold that's there. Trizzy does need to respect, but he's not really in any danger. On the opposite side, though, Good Chi are going to be able to secure that first set of grubs.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of making sure Trizzy stays ahead in the camp and gold XP lead, but I'm not entirely sure if Gucci want to give the second set of grubs away that are going to spawn in the next rotation here. I feel like if you give 6 grubs over to Jax and Yone, it'll be kind of annoying because Ziffy and Water are just going to be able to clear the mid lane, right? A 1-3-1 setup is here for Scouts, Ziffy, and Water. Like, they can just perma stay mid lane, perma throw Ziggs bombs, especially with the blue buff that's going to be going into Ziffy's pockets later into the game here. And if you give 6 grubs over to BB and Zenith, they're just going to be able to split the whole map consistently. And Nemli can't match Zenith, right? Gov can potentially match the Jax.
You know
That's
who
fine.
can,
You can get
though?
that 1v1. And I feel like it's super hard for the Seraphine.
So the Seraphine doesn't. The Seraphine sits with the Ashe and the Rel mid lane. You send the Gwen. Like,
And then
Trizzy can
then you
trade
maybe-
out just fine. Like,
Yeah.
you don't necessarily need the jungler there. If you want to engage, you've got Arrow. You've got follow that up with base boost. Follow that up with the Encore. Follow it up with all of the CC Rel has in her repertoire if you really want to go for the 3v3 in mid. In the meantime, Gov, Trizzy can kind of just chill. Gov needs to be a little bit careful. Bibi is around. But for the most part, apart from a couple of moments, Gov
Oh,
looking for Zenith, but not going to be able to find the Hectic Ultimatum, or at least not somewhere that wouldn't put him in tower range.
oh, and Zeta went in.
So
I'm
he's coming
sure Zeta went
through.
in.
6 is there. Ziffy puts a lot of damage down. Spark still eager. He's got the arrow up. I wonder if he was trying to sort of call the bluff. Hope that something happens here. Meanwhile, though, Zenith, Flash is going to save you. The arrow comes over the top. It does not matter. First blood for Trizzy.
Oh, and what a good play from Gov here, just to kind of go mid, take the wave, and force an engage onto Zenith. I don't think Zenith knew that Trizzy was on this bottom side. Trizzy has just been perma invading the jungle. They've been doing a really good job of tracking Scouse here, and honestly, like, very well played. And the gold going into Trizzy's pocket as well, that's going to send him even further ahead here. Trizzy doesn't have ultimate, has flash available.
You're gonna have to be more careful than that, though. All the damage coming through. Ignite and Ziffy just gonna be able to pick that one up. Nemly pushing the wave in topside right now. Zeta and Gov here also. I doubt they'll be able to get a dive onto Bibi here, but they might just feel it.
Bibi does have Counter-Strike, ultimate available, flash. There's a lot of ways for him to outplay it. I don't think you risk the dive. You got the first blood onto Gwen. Your jungler is
a lot of
very
damage,
far
though.
ahead. But the only thing is, if you look at Bibi CS over Gov's, he's a solid 40 CS ahead right now. Like, Gov has to do some unconventional things to try to get himself within striking distance in gold-wise of Bibi here.
Fantastic early farming, as you say. Recall out from Scouse there. Doesn't get spotted out by Zeta as he comes back out onto the rift. And right now, I mean, we're pretty much near as damn it. There's only a couple of 100 gold in it. Kill for each side. That first objective trade went down as we tend to see. As we're looking for the next 3-4 minutes, Gov trying to find the angle. Zenith dodges away. Not going to extend the play, however.
Yeah, and I really like this as a fight on two fronts potentially. Trizzy's here.
There's many numbers here, in fact. Ziffy is also here to get the benefit. Nemly able to flash away. Encore coming over the top. Ziffy does not get caught up, and Nemly will be able to take down Water, but health bars so low. Fate Seal over the top as Zenith will be able to take down Trizzy. Zeta now needs to get out. The bombs are still flying. The shield will be enough to get him out. It's 1-for-1, but jungler for support, that is not worth it for Broad and Friends.
Not at all. And the thing is, the main difference, Ziffy was here for that fight. Their bottom laner was here for that fight, throwing a ton of damage and already has the Luden's Companion. So is just able to front load a ton of this damage with no MR picked up on anyone on Broad and Friends here. It's just a nice, clean grub take here. And we talked about them not wanting to give over 6 grubs to BB, to Zenith. Well, that's already out the window. All 6 grubs have been acquired from Gucci here. And now they've got that split push win condition very well served in the bag here. And like I said, I don't know who stops Zenith and BB. Like you mentioned, you can throw Trizzy and Gov in these side lanes, but I'm not a fan of throwing your jungler in a side lane, especially when you can pressure objectives, when you can do so much more and move around the map with Trizzy not having TP available.
I can't believe, as a Ziggs player, I didn't know the Battle Boss Ziggs' recall animation was a Bomberman reference.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite mad at myself for that. Also, by the way, 6 scrubs, and you're not talking about how good that is on Ziggs as a trade. Happens towards the top side. Zenith needs to get on out broad. Gonna be okay for now, or rather Gov is gonna be okay. Someone who might not be is Water, though. He is completely on the wrong side of the rift. This Gragas arrow will come through. It should be an easy enough clear up. This should be, I think, handed towards Trizzy. Of course, you want to get as much gold, as much onto this Gwen as possible. Zenith looking for the angle in. Gov taking a lot of damage, but the turret is going to do the work for him. Gov able to secure the kill. And of course, Trizzy was indeed able to pick up that one onto Water. So, Hexagrub, it's all well and good. Going to need to have that alone time, of course, with the turrets in order to proc it. Right now, though, Broad and Friends, they're looking for the more permanent advantage, stacking up those Drakes.
Yeah, and they're going to roll a really good, most likely, either Infernal or Ocean Soul. They have a lot of good Soul Dragons to choose from here because of it being Cloud and Chemtech on the first 2 dragons. And they're going to rock the Infernal Soul, and that's going to be really good. Like, now Good Chi kind of have to force the issue onto these dragons. I'm not particularly comfortable even letting Broad and Friends get to the 3rd dragon, the Soul Point dragon, simply because if they get far ahead enough, they can just steal a dragon of the next 1 and 4, and they'll be super far ahead with Infernal. Hexa Grubs doesn't matter if Broad and Friends can just force the issue and have a ton of damage front-loaded into their Gwen, into their Camille here. So it's very dangerous. I'm not comfortable giving them even Soul Point.
I'll have to wait and see, though, as Gov finds himself in a little bit of a rough spot. Trizzy and Zeta, for a second, consider going forwards. Needlework not going to be fully committed with. Instead, Gucci will be able to get away with the kill that they secured. They are still keeping within touching distance of Broad and Friends, and I think we can safely say neither team is at some huge advantage right now. Spark lingering around the mid lane, not looking to pull the trigger on Zenith yet.
Yeah, the gold hasn't shifted more than 500 either way, right? It's been very, very neck and neck. Both of these teams playing a lot more controlled or not as mistake heavy, although we did see Zenith. Now,
One call. Okay. I mean,
Yeah. That's a fine
is it
ultimate
just
trade.
me or is it just me or is the buffering? Whoa. Okay, Spark. Just run Ziffy down on the bottom lane. Yep, that is
Yeah.
what Ash does.
Yeah,
Is
with
BB
Ghost.
BB able to secure the first turret of the game. Shelly is now the next thing that will be fought over. There is a TP available for Ziffy, so he could look to join the play if it goes that way. Trizzy, without his ultimate right now, does feel like it would be a bit of a challenge to get in. Have us to flash away. There is the TP coming through from Ziffy and Zenith trying to get the damage down. Zeta going to use the crash
Water?
down to try and get away. Trizzy is bang to rights. As Nemly and Zeta will have to walk away. Spark will be able to capitalize the lack of a Ziggs in bot lane, get themselves a tower in trade. But
Yeah,
with the Gucci got numbers mid though. They can probably take down the mid tier one if they.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Broad and friends were willing to kind of contest that, Herald, considering they got to kill it. Ooh, nice
Whoa,
ultimate.
might be a rough spot here. Scouse stunned up, locked up the ignite, not quite doing enough damage. Zeta is going to
no.
survive, however, as Nemly picks up the kill. I thought they weren't quite going to have enough, but Nemly over the top will be able to finish that one. However, I mean, kills maybe going Broad and Friends' way. Gold starting to go Good Cheese way. Bibi, of course, is now 65 CS up in top lane. Like, yes, both of these top laners have completed Triforces, but wait for this next back coming out of the Jax.
Yeah, he's contemplating right now. He's just like buying and selling. And I flashed that gold really quickly. BB, I think, is about 2,000 gold ahead. Yeah,
Yep,
that
checks
is
out.
Really disgusting. But
If
you
you've
look on
ever
the side
played-
of Trizzy.
If you've ever played draft pick and realized, like, gone 0-0 in lane, and your opponent comes back and is a whole item up on you, and you're just like, bro, why? This right here is why. Learn to farm better.
Yeah, he's already like almost close to that Sterax that he's gonna get, and that's gonna give him the swing. He already has the swing in the 1v1 right now. Gov has to walk back. Like you press tab, you can't fight this Jax. It's nearly impossible right now. Even with Ignite, he still probably beats you here. Luckily, on Broad and Friend side, Trizzy is about 1,000 gold ahead of Scoos, and I believe we saw Nemly also about roughly 1,000 gold ahead of Zenith here.
Hold up, Scoos?
Scoos and Zenith.
Scouse from Liverpool.
Oh, I'm American. Sorry. Scouse. Scouse.
These damn colonials.
My bad. I apologize. Scouse.
Bibi with the TP towards the bot lane, but Nemly diffuses it admirably. Scouse potentially looking for the stun down, will not be able to find it. As we now start the dragon dance, you were talking about Good Chi. Do not want to give a third Drake across to Broad and Friends. They seem to agree with your assessment.
Yeah, I mean, Gov can't even really look to fight this. TP is available, but he wants to push top. He's so far down in gold right now that he's probably just looking to get this tier 1, get as much farm as possible. Interestingly enough, they crash the turret in, but they don't drive it, so they don't get the little
no mites.
void mites. But they're going to go for the
Nemly, though, flash out the shield from the Archangels may well be enough. It is. He is able to step away. TP now coming over the top as Zeta will continue the play. Ziffy flashes. Gov is looking for the hawk shot. The hook shot. Ziffy locked in the Hextech ultimatum. I'm getting my champs mixed up. As Gov will be able to secure that kill. Zeta can now body the rest away. Zenith and Water are going to have to slink back towards their base. Broad and Friends will secure their soul point.
A very interesting force from Gucci, right? They dropped the Herald. I thought they were going to ride it in to get the tier 1, force Broad and Friends to answer. And because they had priority on that Dragonside River, I thought they would just let Gov split because Gov knows he's far behind and just win the Dragon with a 5v4 advantage. But instead, they force the issue. They don't actually kill Nemly because of, like you said, the Seraph's shield coming in, plus the flash, and he gets a beautiful 3-man ultimate there. Gov is allowed to TP in, the fight extends, and Gucci kind of throw all of that goodwill that they invested into that river, into that dragon, and they give their Drake away. They give a ton of kills, and now the gold has swung 2,000 in the favor of Broad and Friends as we flash over. Yeah, Gov is down about 2,000 gold, but if you look across the board, Trizzy's 2,000 gold ahead. You look at, Spark here. He's about what 2,000, 1,800 gold ahead. Like the right members of Broad and Friends team have enough gold in their pockets to carry these fights. You cannot dive like that, especially if you're Scouse here with what no real items. He's just built a hodgepodge of different items from the bargain bin.
Boris, the shopkeeper, up to his usual tricks. Right now, I mean, that we can agree, right? That last fight was some bad juju for Gucci.
I mean, it was just badly executed. You don't have a true tank. He's got a giant spell, a Bammies, like he doesn't even have the Z or anything. Oh,
walks right around the glacial prison and will immediately drop the arrow onto water. The satchel from Ziffy will be able to defuse the play. But I mean, Broad and Friends, you can feel them kind of chomping at the bit to get something going. Zeta is trying to put the damage down onto Bibi here. It might be a bit of a rough situation. Trizzy looking to go over the wall. TP coming forward. Ziffy is alive and well for now. Bibi now looking to step forward.
Nemly's not here.
Trying to land. Can't find Spark with it, however. Nemly is indeed here, and the shields and the healing coming through are just too much. Good Chi not able to find their mark. Scouse low on health, but just about able to make the distance he needs. Zenith wanting to try and make something happen, but he's got no fate sealed, and it's going to be his fate that is sealed instead as Broad and Friends, just after the 20-minute mark, win yet another fight and turn their eyes to the Baron.
Very nice TP from Nemly. There was a moment where Good Chi had an opening. Nemly was TPing in. There was about 4 seconds or so where they could have potentially picked up a kill. But once he arrived on the scene, the ultimate came in, the shields, the healing. It was very disgusting. And this Broad and Friends comp is just too far ahead now. It was dead even gold for a majority of this game. That one bottom lane fight kind of blew the gate open for Broad and Friends here, and they just kind of pushed the pedal to the metal. Their composition is just so disgusting, very difficult to kill through all the shielding, the healing, the invulnerability that comes out from Gwen, right, in her shield or in her little zone. You've got Hextech Ultimatum,
Gwen
right? There's so much
immune.
Yeah, Gwen is immune, and it's really disgusting to try to deal with this champion, especially when you've got pretty much 4 melee champions from Good Chi's side. Gwen just rips through them with needlework at this point in the game, and it's very, very hard to fight through this. Being melee, 4 melee into Broad and Friends composition just is not having a fun time.
Have you noticed the only anti-heal is on Ziffy? How is Ziffy damaging Trizzy when he's in the Hallowed Mist?
It's not happening. It's never happening.
You're just going to get the free full healing value. And so instead, Good Chi, they seem to have resorted back to the split push. Scouse, I think, might have been spotted there. Nemly should be able to just hug the far wall and be relatively safe. But Gov is also around. Recall will be completed. Trizzy clearing out the jungle some more. Side. They are looking for the top side, but he's completely without support now, and Bibi is just going to get chomped down by the Cho'Gath ultimate. That is Camille Q.
Unfortunate, because right when Scouse left, Gov came in, so the vision wasn't there onto the Camille. The hook shot comes in, and now, I mean, Bibi just doesn't have that lead anymore, and look at Zeta and Spark, they're 2v3ing.
They are 2v3ing, but you've got to get onto Spark here. The Ashe is the one that matters. Trizzy coming from the side, and it's again a bad vibe for Good Chi. Trizzy looking to chase. Scouse should be able to get on out. It's a mid lane being shoved in. It's a top lane being shoved in. Man, that was the most extendo hook shot I've seen in a while. Gov making the most of that to do the most efficient damage possible. This turret will fall, as should the one in the mid lane. The gold lead. It was a pretty close early stage, Shibby. That cannot be said anymore, though. 9,000. Now the advantage for Broad and Friends.
In a matter of minutes, right? In a matter of minutes here. Zenith. It's a 4v1 down here. He should be okay. Just give the turret. Brother, it's a tier 2. You got to give it. You guys aren't going to win this.
Gold. Yeah. It's normally, we talk about standing gold on the map. It's 23.5 minutes. It's all fallen gold, Shibby. We're looking towards this Drake now. Would be soul for Broad and Friends. And the interaction of this champion. Nemly's I think Nemly has completed Ryle. Oh god. Bye Ziffy. We saw this happen a few minutes ago. But yeah, with the Rylai's completed, the Seraphine E is just a root.
Yep.
Doesn't need to be the double firing one. No, it's just a root as is. You get the double one. How do you feel about stuns?
Yeah, it's
Kind of gross.
This comp is impossible to run into, right? Because Good Chi have 4 melee champions here, and all Nemli has to do is, like you said, throw the E down with the Rylays, and you guarantee at least one root here. And you want to keep flashing in and stuff like that? Well, I'm just gonna flash and use my Encore, and you're gonna get CC'd up. And it's rough because also the Rel with the Magnet Storm kind of locks everything down, and Trizzy's able to rip through everyone in that Magnet Storm. You saw the combo happen earlier. We've seen it a couple times now.
Yep.
I mean, Good Chi just kind of have to split push and hope that Broad and Friends don't push down into their Nexus. Like, realistically, we saw the 6 grubs, but they didn't really play to that. I'm not going to say win condition, but the advantage state that they had with the 6 grubs here. They decided to dive. They opted for team fights. When in reality, Zenith and BB could have just extended their split pushing, extended some of their CS leads, and just kind of made it an issue for Broad and Friends.
Also, at this point in the game, Gov is 2 levels up on Bibi.
Yeah.
Looks like he's not feeling like a fight, however, realizes that Good Chi are sending multiple members bot to deal with him. And the kills that he's picked up, and still way behind in farm, sure, but Gov has definitely closed the gap in terms of gold here onto Bibi. Might just feel like looking for that engage. Movement speed is there, Counter-Strike coming through, numbers making their way bot side, but Trizzy, again, all melee champions, is ready and waiting with the needlework should Good Chi feel that their chances are good. I mean, this level advantage is pretty much everywhere. Gov avoids the stun with the hook shot. Trizzy now looking to step forwards. This is a 2v4. Nemli comes over the wall, however, not able to really join in, but it doesn't matter all that much because Zenith is already down. Trizzy is surviving. The anti-heal is coming through, but it's just not enough as it's too chaotic a fight. Ziffy is left all alone defending the mid lane turret. The rest of Good Chi are dying in the bot lane.
That was practically a 3v4 on the side of Broad and Friends. Zeta and Spark were coming from the jungle. Spark got in like maybe 2 or 3 autos and killed Scouse here. But yeah, I mean, Ziffy just can't really do much. Yeah, you could clear as many waves as you can, but there's only 1 Ziggs and there's 5 members of Broad and Friends still alive. They can just do a double push onto the mid, onto the bottom, and they're going to get both. Ziffy should just die here. Gov is... Oh, okay. Gov missed the hook shot. He was going to die.
A little bit too much, perhaps. Between Trizzy's knocking on the Nexus towers already, it feels like this game may already be done. It's going to be a desperate defense for Good Chi as their Nexus turrets fall already. Water is low. Zenith trying to survive as long as possible, but he will die to the arrows of Spark. Bibi trying to come in, but the Ashe is still untouched. Double kill for him. Make that a triple. And Broad and Friends are absolutely done with this game at the 27-minute mark, with a 15k advantage, and I hate at times to be proven right, Shibby, but just after the 10 or so minute mark, I believe I said, what good are 6 grubs if you can't hit turrets?
Yeah, and they were just, they opted not to hit turrets, Brackish. They opted into some of these fights.
Yeah.
And I think the damning one, and the one that we might get a replay for on the analyst desk, is that bottom lane dive that they tried to get onto Nemli. If they just opted in to take that dragon, instead of trying to extend the bottom lane play where they drop the Herald, we might see a very different game here. Because now you have your Jax. BB still has that CS lead, is able to 1v1 Gov in that top side, but they just opted in for fight after fight after fight. We're not going to get a desk. I apologize.
Yeah, the delays. Delays.
Production. Yeah. People got live. It's late for the UK guys. It's late for the Europeans. I get it.
I got work.
Yeah, so,
I got work.
Yeah, you got.
But anyway, what to say about that performance? Broad and Friends, they played their angles. They didn't overforce anything in the early stages of the game. And when that mistake came, when they tried to dive Nemli, when they repeatedly tried to make plays Good Chi, they always kept going wrong. They always kept stacking up, and Trizzy had a field day with snips, with needleworks all the way through. Nemli firing out roots for days. And Spark, in pretty much every one of those major fights, taking not enough damage to actually care for his safety at all.
Yeah. I mean, just a hard comp to play into for Good Chi, right? 4 melees, you've got Seraphine, you've got Gwen, you've got Camille. It's just not fun. I get the idea they were going for. Yeah,
I-
and
I-
the zigs over the top. I get it. Like you want to lock down, throw the bomb over, but you had a split push win condition, I feel, and you kind of just abandoned that because you felt like you needed to do things. They'll definitely be looking over that game. I think Good Chi is a smart team. They understand what they need to do. Just brought in friends, kind of outdrafted them a little bit, let's say.
It's still early doors. There's plenty more of the split to go, so definitely got no concerns for Good Chi going forwards. Look forward to see them as we go forwards. Of course, next broadcast will be Thursday. Hope to see you there. Thank you, Shibi, for it's always fun to cast with you. It's always just a nice laugh. And of course, thanks to Dalax, thanks to Ben, thanks to Temporal, thanks to everybody who's been in. And of course, the GOAT herself, Zoe, Casual Cutie, on the production as always. As I said, we'll be back on Thursday. Come check it out. We'll see you then.